let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. Let's fuck that guy good. Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. 2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. Let's fuck that guy good. Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains, justice corrupted.
It sounds like Judge Weimer is upset at the prosecutors. You were in there on Tuesday. Why are you still trespassed?
Why am I still trespassed?
Why are you still trespassed? We'll get to the bottom of it and we'll fix it. We're going to fix it.
We're going to find out.
Today is September 20th. Today is Saturday. We just got done visiting Mustafa. And Judge Weimer, if you care to know, Mustafa is hanging in there. Mohammed, you had a whole entire motion, 2-3 hour motion with Judge Weimer about sending Mustafa to the hospital. Judge Weimer, we have the audio and we're going to have multiple podcasts about Mustafa and Mustafa getting beaten up by a correctional officer inside the jail and how you refused to send Mustafa to the hospital. So Judge Weimer, if you care to know, Mustafa is hanging in there. Mustafa is hanging in there strong. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Judge Carrol Weimer, you're under the microscope.
So what happened on, what was it, Monday?
Was it Monday or Tuesday?
Oh, yeah, Tuesday.
Tuesday.
What's going on?
We've been waiting for 2.5 years for the SD card to be inspected. Finally.
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Finally, the SD card is going to be inspected by an independent expert from Mustafa's defense attorney, Brad Haywood. The motion went through. Finally. So the SD card is going to be inspected. The metadata is going to be inspected on the SD card.
SD card and the dash camera. You mean?
The SD card and the dash camera.
That Chad Mason tampered with.
That Chad Mason cut the wire, cut the videos on the dash camera.
And admitted to tampering with it.
And admitted to tampering with the dash camera. Violated department policy. We have a whole entire audio recording.
We heard that, what, 2 weeks ago?
We heard that 2 weeks ago. It's on the internet. On the YouTube channel, not another boring podcast. Now, Officer Zymus admit the audio is there, so we're going to get the audio. So the SD card is going to be inspected. The vehicles, Mustafa's vehicle and the Suburban, Judge Weimer approved the motion, so it's going to move forward. So an independent expert is going to get to reconstruct this whole entire vehicle accident.
It took a lot of pushback.
I mean, you should have seen in court. By the way, it was an interesting experience to have a podcast dedicated to Judge Weimer, the presiding judge, and getting to sit in the courtroom of Judge Weimer. I mean, at one point, Judge Weimer looks at me, makes eye contact, and then he says, "We're gonna make sure to inspect the vehicles."
With an S.
With an S. Now, apparently Judge Weimer is listening to the podcast. I mean, what are we screaming about for the past 2.5 years? That Mustafa's vehicles were not inspected. I mean, we have a body cam where the independent expert was not allowed to touch Mustafa's vehicle, was not allowed to touch the Suburban, and the investigator who falsified Mustafa's statements, Robert Drum, tells him, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you cannot touch the vehicles. So how could you reconstruct this vehicle accident if you can't touch Mustafa's vehicle or the Suburban? By the way, violating a court order. The court order is to reconstruct this vehicle accident.
So the judge had to give another court order.
I mean,
Is that right?
Another court order. Now we have to hire another independent expert to go in 2.5 years into this vehicle accident to reconstruct this vehicle accident.
You know, I'm really interested in talking about what Sarah Sammy said when the judge granted the inspection of Mustafa's dash cam and the SD card. I heard that she had IT experts in the room, and that she also wanted her IT experts from the county to also extract data from the dash cam.
I mean, exactly. That's exactly what happened. I mean, Sarah Sammy is telling Judge Weimer that, Your Honor, I have my experts.
But first, before that, she was pushing back on having the camera supposedly removed off-site. And from my understanding,
just a week ago, she was pushing back. She didn't want to inspect the SD card. I think she told Brad Haywood, "Why are we inspecting the SD card?" And she's pushing back on it. She doesn't want the SD card inspected.
They don't want the SD card inspected. They don't want anything looked at. But the moment your lawyer, Mustafa's lawyer, gets granted the rights to inspect evidence, which is, in this case, the SD card, the dash cam, and the two vehicles. The moment the judge says, fine, you're allowed to inspect the evidence, which is Mustafa's right, all of a sudden now prosecutor Sammy is now invested, and she has her experts ready, IT experts, ready to extract data from this dash cam. Now,
my question is, I mean, is this the same prosecutor that got a lip reader?
I mean,
she got a lip reader, and she was gonna. I mean, Mustafa was scheduled for trial back in December. This prosecutor got a lip reader when her digital forensic is telling her this dash camera has audio. I mean, Kathy Zymas, the digital forensic, got on the stand, and we have the audio of what she told Judge Weimer.
She says
told
there's audio.
There's audio. We have the document in the case file where she admit that this dash camera does have audio. She gets on the stand and she said this dash camera has audio. I mean,
but the prosecutor in court says, in all the motions, she says there's no audio.
There is no audio.
They
went as far as got a lip reader. Now that Mustafa's defense attorney is hiring an independent expert to inspect the SD card, all of a sudden Sarah Sammy is telling Judge Weimer, I have my expert, and we want the expert to look at the metadata in the SD card. Where were you for 2.5 years? I mean, you went as far and got a lip reader. Now you want to inspect the metadata on the SD card? Now that we have our independent expert to go in and inspect the SD card, now you want to look at the metadata. Where were you for the past 2.5 years?
So the county is not interested in this dash camera. They're claiming there's no audio in court. And the reason why I say in court is because you have 811 pages of discovery, all police reports, all the files, and nowhere in there does it say there's no audio. We have a body cam where Robert Drum is talking to Rexing technical support, and he doesn't question the audio. He's
not once did he talk about where is the audio in this dash camera.
He's asking about the speed and the GPS location, but never mentions that there's no audio.
One of the things that he's asking the company Rexing is it possible that anybody can have access to this dash camera through the clouds?
He wants to know if the videos are on a cloud somewhere.
He wants to know if the family can have access to this dash camera. That if my officer, Chad Mason, cuts it and mutes it,
is the family going to come out with the original videos,
absolutely,
with the audio?
So he doesn't ask about the audio. He's asking about the clouds.
Okay, so let's establish a baseline. So the county had Rexing involved in Mustafa's dash camera. The county had Chad Mason go through this dash camera. The county had Kathy Zymas with Prince William County Police, digital forensics.
Robert Drum
went through the camera, okay, and the SD card files. So that's 4 different entities that went through this dash cam thoroughly. 2.5 years. They've had this thing in their custody. And you're telling me that this past Tuesday, all of a sudden, Now the prosecutor is invested in getting an IT experts to get the raw data from the camera.
So 2.5 years, you gave up on the audio in this dash camera. When your digital forensic, Kathy Zimus, is telling you there is audio, you go and get a lip reader. But the minute that Mustafa gets an actual lawyer,
so that's fighting. That's 5 entities now. That's the lip reader is the 5th entity that has looked at this dash cam, this SD card, and he's trying to. In his statement, he says that Dorothy says, "I want to get out of the car," insinuating that there's an argument. Amy Ashworth, to this case, says that there is an argument, yet her lip reader can't find it.
That's the disturbing part. Amy Ashworth and prosecutor Sarah Sammy narrative is that Mustafa was arguing with Dorothy inside the vehicle. Now, why they went and got a lip reader? Why is their lip reader not lip reading an argument?
Okay.
I mean, that's a problem.
So here's the deal. The county is saying 5 of their entities looked at this dash cam, and not once did they question, or not once did they say, we're going to bring in an IT expert to examine this dash cam. And it's not until Mustafa went through 5 lawyers.
Not until
Mustafa went through 5 lawyers, and as of November of 2024, the prosecutor argued to the judge that, Your Honor, Mustafa is trying to delay his trial by continuously firing his attorney. That's what she says to the judge.
I mean, the reason we fired the attorney is because we told him we need the SD card to be inspected.
Exactly.
I mean, we need the vehicle to be reconstructed. We need the home videos to be on the record. There's a Google.
That was the reason Mustafa fired his previous attorney.
He didn't fire him. The attorney quit. We told Blake Weimer, this is what we need before you walk Mustafa into trial.
It done. Bottom line, he couldn't get it done. Mustafa got a new attorney, and this attorney
is honest enough to push back on the most basic thing in this case. I mean, this is a car accident. You're supposed to inspect by law. Mustafa has a right to inspect and reconstruct evidence. This is the most basic thing in this whole entire case.
And that's his dash cam. He installed this camera for his protection.
And by the way, we're gonna go through a specific body cam. If you go on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast, this whole entire case is sealed. The body cams, the documents, any piece of material, in this case, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, put a seal on it. She doesn't want this community to verify what she's been telling this community for 2.5 years. There's a seal. If you put in a Freedom of Information Act, Amy Ashworth is going to deny your FOIA. I have the file, all the body cams, all the documents, and I've leaked them on the internet. They're on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. And I've numbered them as exhibits.
I mean, I find it disingenuous that the prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, is now telling the courts that now that Mustafa's attorney is bringing in IT experts to examine the dash cam, he's bringing in crash reconstructionists to look at the vehicles to reconstruct this accident. Now she's invested in what these files are going to show.
By the way, she doesn't look good. She looked horrible on Tuesday.
Why do we think that is? I mean, what does this say about the prosecutor? What does it say about the county's position?
Judge Weimer is angry, by the way. Judge Weimer is angry because he's waking up to a reality that the prosecutors are lying to him. I mean, that's what did
Judge Weimer say specifically? That when the experts extract these files, he specifically said that he's putting a protective order on these files?
This is the thing that got me really upset. I got really upset in court because Judge Weimer said that we need a protective order from the family. Now, wait a minute. Why would Judge Weimer, the presiding judge, want a protective order on the SD card specifically from the family? Now, hold on. The prosecutor for 2.5 years says there is an argument. Okay?
Okay.
Now, Mustafa's defense attorney hired an independent expert to go in and download the files and look at the metadata. Now, it should be in the best interest of the prosecutor if there is an argument, which is So if there is an argument, why would you even need to put a protective order from the family? You're gonna run with the argument. I mean, I'm not even gonna be here.
The Commonwealth attorney came out to the community.
Do you see what I'm going? Do you see what I'm going with this?
Yeah.
They know there is an audio.
100% there's audio.
Their digital forensic, Kathy Dimas, is admitting to Judge Weimer that I've inspected this dash camera.
We're at a point where now we're gonna get these audios.
So the question is, why is Judge Weimer asking for a protective order from the family? Obviously, he knows there's audio. He knows there is no argument inside the vehicle, and he wants a protective order so the family doesn't tell this community that this prosecutor has been lying to this community for the past 2.5 years. I mean, and you want to tell me that this judge is impartial? Why not be honest with the community? I mean,
the community has a right to know. The prosecutor has already come out on the media and stated through Julie Carey, okay, she stated that there is a dash cam, but there is no audio. So now that we have an IT expert who's coming in to extract these files, okay, and he's essentially going to bring out the audio from these dash camera.
Judge Weimer turns around and
doesn't want this audio out. Why do they not want the family, who is clearly holding a podcast, to hold these people accountable? Okay, the judge specifically doesn't want the audio.
He wants to save the county the embarrassment that for 2.5 years they've been lying about Mustafa. I mean, we're at a point that it's not gonna protect this county.
It's gonna come out.
It's gonna come out.
The audio is coming out one way or another. The audio is coming out. Okay, but the judge wants to mitigate the damage.
Mitigate the damage.
He wants to mitigate the damage, the embarrassment that this county is going to be facing. When the audio comes out, and it's going to show there's no argument. It's going to show that whatever they've been claiming for the 2.5 years, they've held this man behind bars for 2.5 years. You took somebody's freedom, and you very well know that there is audio. Kathy Dimas told us there's audio.
I mean,
Chad Mason admitted on the stand that he tampered with the files. He admitted to it. You know what I mean?
I find it disturbing.
You can't protect the embarrassment. The embarrassment is coming. Okay, it's going to come one way or another. They want a nice little exit ramp.
I'll tell you,
their lives.
I mean, this is my theory why the prosecutor Sarah Sammy, is bringing an expert to inspect the metadata, to also inspect the metadata on the SD card. By the way, 2.5 years into it. Where were you for 2.5 years?
And she does. By the way, she does not need a judge order to go through this dash camera, because clearly everybody's fucking this dash camera.
Everybody had access to it.
Chad Mason took it without a warrant. Robert Drum took it up on April 19th. He took it out of evidence without a judge order.
Before the chain of custody, before Zymuth Digital Forensic got to scanned it, mirrored it to protect the integrity of the files.
Which took place on the 24th of April. Robert Drum took it out on the 19th of April.
What do you mean? When you find that Chad Mason is the one that uploaded it to evidence.com, the police department server.
The key point
before Digital Forensic got to it.
The key point here is they don't need a judge order. They already have a warrant. They have all the access in the world to this dash camera. So for the prosecutor to say, I want to get on the action now that the judge has granted.
What do you think she's doing? Why is she getting an independent expert to now go in and also get the metadata and download the files from the SD card? I mean, what do you think she's doing here?
If I'm looking at it from the prosecutor's side, she's going to say to the media, she's going to come out and they're going to say, well, we were going based off the reports. The reports were telling us no audio. We brought in our own IT experts, and our IT experts have now found that there is audio, that this dash cam was cut.
Basically have an exit strategy for the prosecutors.
I mean,
is that what they're doing here?
It's very obvious. And what is the prosecutor going to say? I think she's still going to try to protect Chad Mason, Robert Drum, Kathy Dimas, and the Prince William County Police. She's still going to try to protect them.
How is she going to protect him? I mean, he's a police officer for 14 years.
He's going to say, I did not know how to extract files from a dash camera. When I extracted it, maybe I missed a button that says download with audio. Okay, and he downloaded it without the audio. But now it looks like we found the audio after getting our IT expert. She doesn't want this whole thing to be like this. She doesn't want the media to pick up a story where it says 2.5 years, man been held behind bars, okay? And his lawyer is the reason why this file got extracted and they found audio. She wants to say, no. It's not because the attorney got it. We brought in the IT experts that found the audio. That's what they're trying to say. I mean, they're trying to save face here, okay? They want to save these lying cops like Drum and Chad Mason. I don't think you can save these people anymore, okay? Because we've been screaming for the 2.5 years that have gone by. We've been saying we want someone to examine this SD card.
I mean, prosecutor Sarah Sammy was going to take Mustafa to trial back in December.
Yeah,
she got a lip reader.
9 months ago, she was ready to take him to trial. And she argued to the judge that the defendant is trying to delay the trial. Now, all of a sudden, she's bringing in... I mean, is she telling...
So she's using county resources.
Is she telling...
2.5 years into it.
Is she telling this community that she does not trust Kathy Zymas? She doesn't trust Chad Mason? She doesn't trust Robert Drum? She doesn't trust Robert Drum's communication with Rexing? She doesn't trust her lip reader, Bruce Safinsky?
A week ago, she said it's bullshit and there is no need to inspect the SD card. She said Chad Mason looked at it, Robert Drum looked at it, Digital Forensic looked at it. Wait a minute. Digital Forensic is telling you there is audio. But you said it's bullshit. So I mean, that was just a week ago. All of a sudden now,
is she claiming
it's
her
moving
resources,
forward?
Her independent people that have looked at it, is she saying to this community that she does not trust the entities that have so far looked at the SD cards?
Well, apparently, a week ago she trusted them, but all of a sudden now that the motion is moving forward and she realized that she's backed against the wall, that Mustafa's defense attorney is honest enough that he went and got an independent expert and is pushing for this motion, and he's going to download the SD card and look at the metadata. All of a sudden she's like, wait a minute, time out. I have an independent expert.
I'm just surprised it took 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
And 6 lawyers. It took 6 lawyers.
I mean, when you find out that the lawyers that we've had are in their back pocket. I mean, we're going to watch a body cam today, and we're going to look at one of Mustafa's lawyers, the one we paid over $50,000. Almost $50,000. We paid this lawyer, Casey Stevens. And on body cam, he's working with the investigator who falsified Mustafa's statements on the police report, brings in an independent expert to reconstruct the vehicle.
What do you mean working with the investigator?
I mean, he's covering up for this police officer. He's covering up for the police officer. On the body cam, so he brings in an independent expert only to let Robert Drum lie to him about the content of what took place on the dash camera, doesn't show the dash camera to this independent expert, and allows this police officer, Robert Drum, to lie to the independent expert. As a matter of fact, back up the police officer in front of the independent expert to the point that this independent expert is looking at the defense attorney. If the defense attorney is on board with believing that Mustafa is guilty, and Mustafa must be guilty. I mean, they never showed him the dash camera. They lied to him about the content of the dash camera. They lied to him about the details of the accident. They crushed and staged this vehicle before they showed this independent expert the vehicle. And then when he got there, they wouldn't let him touch Mustafa's vehicle or touch the Suburban.
They wouldn't let him do his job.
They wouldn't let him do his job. And if it wasn't on body cam, you would tell me, what the fuck are you talking about? There is no way. Well, here today I have the body cam that Commonwealth Amy Ashworth has been hiding from this community for 2.5 years. And we're going to go over it in details.
So let's get this straight.
I mean, it goes as far as this defense attorney tells the independent expert that Mustafa is guilty twice. In what world does a defense attorney take $50,000 from you only to say that his client is guilty in front of the independent experts?
But that's not what he was telling us.
That's not what he was telling us on the phone.
When we were meeting with him.
When we were talking to him, when we were meeting with him in his office, when we talked to him on the phone, he would tell us, Mustafa's coming home. Your brother is innocent, but then behind closed doors, he's making deals.
I mean, he told us that the officer lied and that he's going to catch him with the element of surprise.
Today,
Isn't that what he said? He said
today, we sit on this podcast, and you don't have to take my word for it. I have the evidence that showed that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. I have the dash camera that shows there is no argument inside the vehicle like the prosecution claimed. I have the dash camera.
I mean, if you didn't have the camera, I would tell you
I have evidence.
that's a big conspiracy.
I mean, this is a car accident. The details that's coming out of this case is this is a car accident, and Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. Mustafa was not speeding.
Hold on a second. A car accident, and 2.5 years later, no one inspected the two cars. No one did a reconstruction.
What are they terrified from?
No one inspected the dash camera and the SD card files where they're alleging that there was an argument. No one has done that in 2.5 years.
And for those that will tell me there is no way that the prosecutor said, no, we're not inspecting the vehicle. Well, I have the body cam, and I have what the police officer is going to say to the independent expert and how he's telling him.
Well, the prosecutor was there.
The prosecutor was there.
Christian
Mallet?
Mallet, yeah, Christian Mallet. He was there. That's the prosecutor.
And he says, well, not only he was there, because there's multiple prosecutor in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. There's Christian Mallet and there's prosecutor Sarah Sammy. Now, Christian Mallet is there, and he's telling him, you can't inspect the Suburban. You can't touch the Suburban. You cannot touch Mustafa's vehicle. And then investigator Robert Drum, the individual that falsified Mustafa's statement, take it as far as tell the independent expert, prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you cannot touch this vehicle. And then he goes to his lieutenant, investigator Robert Drum, Sean Peake, and he tells him the independent expert is on board. And he's on board for all of it. He doesn't push back. He just lets this police department walk all over him.
So you're supposed to have a non-biased reconstruction of this car accident. And the individual
that's the whole point.
The individual that's doing the accident reconstruction, that's supposed to be non-biased. Okay, this guy is in the middle of a bunch of individuals, Drum, Casey Stevens, Sean Peake, and we see all the officers involved in this case. They're all huddled up around him, and they're trying to convince him that, number one, Mustafa is a goner. This case is an open-shut case. Casey Stevens, who's Mustafa's attorney that took $50,000, is sitting there in this conversation. This is a inappropriate conversation. However you look at it, it's inappropriate. You are the defense attorney, and you're essentially throwing your client under the bus, okay? And you're telling your client that he's going to come home, that there's no evidence that there was an argument. There's no evidence to any of the stuff that the county is making up. Okay.
By the way,
but you're telling Mustafa's independent expert that we paid for, you're trying to convince him not to do the accident reconstruction, that there's no point of it because they're going to convict him anyways.
All he did was take
that's
pictures.
Your defense attorney. You know, if you live in Woodbridge, if you're in the Prince William County area, be aware of Casey Stevens. Be aware. He's going to take your money and he's going to hand you to the county on a silver platter. Even if you are innocent, he's going to have you convicted. I mean, when we were protesting here, no joke, 3 people came up to me and said Casey Stevens was their attorney, and he literally handed the person over to the county.
I mean, he
did not push back on lies. He did not present the evidence. They had evidence, and he didn't present the evidence. That's what he did in Mustafa's case.
In Mustafa's bond hearing in General District Court, there is an audio that this investigator falsified Mustafa's statement. You have an audio of the conversation. You have the police report that the police officer flat out falsified Mustafa's statement. Robert Drum put in his police report that, Mustafa, you told me that you were arguing inside the vehicle. There is an audio to this conversation. Mustafa never said that. And Casey Stevens was supposed to play that audio to the judge. What does he do? He tells you, I'm going to play it. And then in court, he plays the wrong portion that is so irrelevant to the whole entire conversation. Even the judge says, what does this have to do with what you're telling me that this investigator falsified his statements?
I want to go back to Casey Stevens.
Do you see what he's doing here?
Yeah.
I mean, he's working for the prosecution. He's working to protect the police officer.
Look, there's something called NCIC. Okay, those that work in the criminal justice department in that field, they know what that is. That's an FBI search. It's a very detailed search of someone's background. Okay, there's a search that was done on Mustafa in the discovery. Okay, and it shows you his entire driving record. I mean, like nationwide, it shows you everything. Okay. The question here is, in August of 2023, prosecutor Sammy told a judge, okay, in the circuit court during Mustafa's bond hearing, she told the judge that Mustafa had crashed his car previously and gave someone brain injury. She's referring to Jason Nance.
Jason Nance.
Of Stafford, Virginia. Okay? Now Casey Stevens, who has access to Mustafa's NCIC background check, okay? All he had to do is look at the report. If someone is involved in a car accident, it's going to show up on this report, okay? Now, Mustafa doesn't have any prior accidents, specifically ones with injury, bodily injury, or damage, okay? All he had to do was show the judge, Your Honor, I have his NCIC report. And there's no accidents in his history, okay? So for the prosecutor to tell a judge that Mustafa had crashed his car previously, unrelated to this matter, she's telling the judge that Mustafa likes to get in his car, crash the car, and give his passengers brain injury. That's her claim to the judge.
Well, Jason Nance, I have a video. Jason Nance came out.
Casey Stevens never pushed back on it. That's your defense attorney for $50,000. So my point is, if you are in Prince William County, you're looking for a lawyer, be aware of Casey Stevens. And what is it called? Stevens and Caruso?
Stephen Caruso.
Stephen Caruso.
I'll tell you, the judge was so horrified.
Be aware. Be aware. And if you have a mother, keep her away from Casey Stevens because he likes to hit women. Okay, we have a video.
And he'll racial profile you.
We have a video of him hitting Mustafa's mother
in court,
in the courthouse. Okay,
in the sheriff office, and officer deputy peacemaker comes out, and she's laughing with him, and is racially profiling the mother of Mustafa, the brothers of Mustafa.
So a lawyer attacks a woman. It's on camera. It's on courthouse camera.
She refused to charge him,
and
it's on camera.
The Prince William County Sheriff's Office refused to hold this man accountable for assault and battery. They refuse. Yeah, Amy Ashworth, when she's running for office, she wants to tell this community that she likes to empower women. She stands up for women's rights.
Don't we have a body cam? I mean, yeah, Amy Ashworth prides herself. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth prides herself. Her whole persona. I mean, she ran
Isn't that her whole campaign? Empowering women? Standing up for women's rights?
Not the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari.
But not that woman.
Not that woman.
Not that Muslim woman.
Don't you have a body cam where not only did Deputy Sheriff Peacemaker, which is an extension of Sheriff Glen Hill, which is an extension of the sheriff office.
Peacemaker is sitting there with Casey Stevens after the assault. And he's talking about, what are they, Iraqi, Iranian, and they're both laughing. And they start putting labels on you. They put a label on me. They put a label on my dad, okay, as an Iraqi, Iranian. He's like, I don't know what they were saying, Iraqi, Iranian. And he was saying the same thing in their language. What does that have anything to do with you
what you're watching?
What you just did? You just hit that woman, okay? You just smacked that woman's hands. Okay, that's assault, and who gives a fuck what was going on? You put your hands on a woman, okay? For anybody that is looking at this, when someone can't keep their hands to themselves, I don't think they should be out in this community. They should not be in society with other people because clearly There's something going on in the brain where he can't keep his hands to himself.
Casey Stevens has a history of beating up a woman. There isn't his partner in his law firm partner. What's her name?
The Caruso lady.
The Caruso lady.
Lisa.
Lisa. I mean, weren't we in his office when he started berating her and yelling at her and that she was so terrified? I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, that was weird.
That was weird.
It was an awkward moment. We're sitting there talking about Mustafa's case, and then all of a sudden she's trying to leave.
Terrified. She's shaking. She's like, I'm trying to go get my manicures.
And she's like, I'm getting my nails done. It's like, where are you going?
That was weird.
Almost like he's saying, it was almost like, did I tell you could leave?
Imagine he's doing that in front of us.
I'm not gonna be more than 30 minutes. He's like, well, did I tell you could leave? I mean, if you can do that in front of your clients,
what goes on behind closed doors?
I'll tell you right now, there's something wrong with you.
And I have a body cam.
I can't imagine what goes on when nobody's looking.
This is the same
when
guy.
Nobody's listening.
This is the same guy that got in a vehicle accident, was drunk, He's DUI, fled the scene in 2016. And take a wild guess who the officer that pulled him over, that handled that case in 2016. Is it possible that it's the same police officer today falsifying Mustafa's statements? Robert Drum? Okay. What if I show you a body cam?
And he's trying to cover it up. He tells you, when you tell him, I want to complain to the DOJ at the time.
What is that going to do?
He says, what is the complaint going to do?
What is the complaint going to do?
You tell him, I want to complain to the police department. I don't think the chief of police is okay with a 20-year crash investigator in the force falsifying someone's statements or falsifying a warrant. And he tells you, this is your own lawyer telling you, what is a complaint going to do?
What do you mean? I have a body cam.
Well,
I have a body cam where...
I mean, what's the point of internal affairs if there's no point to a complaint?
I have a body cam where he's telling Robert Drum, and he's telling everybody that's there, including the independent expert, he says, all the stuff that you hear about defense attorney against the police or working against the police, no, they're all friends, and they all work together. What are you talking about?
This is Casey Stevens.
This is Casey Stevens on a body cam. And this is the same defense attorney that we're giving him an audio that this investigator falsified Mustafa's statement. You're looking at a report with Mustafa's statement falsified. You have an audio, and then on a body cam behind closed doors, you're telling him, hey, by the way, it's all fake. We do work together.
I mean, that's crazy.
And then on another section in the body cam, they're joking about, he's like, do you want water? And he's like, no, I'll take a beer. I'm sure you'll take a beer.
I'm sure
you're a drunk. In 2016, you crashed a vehicle with this officer, and now you're laughing it off. This is the same officer that got you off the hook. I mean, you crash a vehicle. You crash a vehicle. Yeah, airdrop to me. You crash a vehicle. You're drunk. It's a DUI. You fled the scene, and you only get 90 days suspended. What are you talking about? I mean, he did you a favor, and today you're doing him a favor in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case.
I want to ask anybody in Prince William County or anywhere in Virginia.
Oh, this is beautiful, by the way.
If you crash your car while drunk, okay, if you crash your car while drunk, you cause over $500 worth of damage, and you flee the scene, and then you get caught. I would like to know if you got no days in jail, you kept your license, and nothing happened to you. Anybody that got a DUI, crashing a car, and fleeing the scene, which I believe are all 3 felonies, okay? He got 0 days in jail. 0. Okay? Not even a slap on the wrist.
90 days suspended.
90 days suspended. Anybody out there, okay, if you got a DUI, ask yourself the question, do you think you will get away with it? Do you think you'll get no jail time?
But here,
drinking and driving.
We're talking about Casey Stevens, who used to be a prosecutor in this county.
I mean, drinking and driving, crashing your car, and fleeing the scene. This is what Amy Ashworth loved to have in this community. This is what she protects.
And today, he's doing the county a favor by protecting the investigator who falsified Mustafa's statements. And we're going to watch a body cam where you don't have to sit here and take my word for it. We're going to go through a detailed body cam where it shows that this defense attorney is protecting the police officer that falsified Mustafa's statements. Mohammed, do me a favor. Go over to exhibits.
I'm going to send you this really quick. I mean, while we're on the topic.
Okay. You know, I find it really interesting that prosecutor Sarah Sammy is telling Brad Haywood, and she's telling him that he's placating. What did Brad Haywood say? He's placating to the podcast.
That's what she said.
He's doing pretty much whatever I want done in this case. Well, prosecutor Sarah Sammy, not only that Brad Haywood is doing exactly what I want, Judge Weimer is so angry that you've been lying to him for the past 2.5 years that Judge Weimer is doing exactly what I want. On Tuesday, I got everything I wanted. I got the SD card to be inspected by the independent experts. I got the vehicle to be inspected. And a motion is going through, a Brady motion. That's an interesting motion. A Brady motion that prosecutor Sarah Sammy said she doesn't want to be there for.
I'll be right back. Let me just grab my other phone.
Judge Weimer is moving a motion forward. Mustafa's defense attorney is moving a motion forward, a Brady violation. You have Officer Robert Drum, who falsified Mustafa's statement. You have Chad Mason, who cut and muted Mustafa's dash camera. You have Investigator Davis, who tampered with witnesses, is sitting there coaching witnesses to saying what to say in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. I mean, at one point, Investigator Davis tells one of the individuals who's pretending to be a witness, just happened on a body cam, says, I was never there. We need you. We need to get Mustafa off the street. We need you. And we have that body cam. Investigator Davis is heard on a body cam to tell another police officer, I have an idea to employ into this case, but it's going to require spending money. They're pumping money into this case. I have that body cam. Investigator Romero weaponized the children. Mustafa's girlfriend has a 9, a 10, a 14. Investigator Romero weaponized the children, lied to the children about Mustafa, and then walked them into a forensic interview. That's child abuse. I mean, at one point, one of the children, Javen, the 14-year-old, says that the investigator told him that Mustafa ran away, fled the scene, left his 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death. And if Mustafa didn't run away, they could have saved her. Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. Why would Investigator Romero lie to these children and then walk them into a forensic interview? Can you imagine if I didn't have the Google Nest videos inside the apartment? This prosecutor is so terrified that there is a Google Nest video inside the apartment. 2.5 years, and they're pretending that there is no Google Nest videos inside the apartment as if it doesn't exist. The day of the accident, the day before, and the day before. It shows it's a beautiful relationship. We have the Google Nest videos that shows the children love Mustafa. His girlfriend loved Mustafa. It's a beautiful relationship. That's going to be introduced into the record. So, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, if you think that Mustafa's defense attorney, Brad Haywood, is doing everything I want to get done in this case, I'm here to tell you that Judge Weimer is at a point. And, I'll tell you, it's not that Judge Weimer all of a sudden became honest in this case. No. I have a giant platform. I have the file that you've sealed for the past 2.5 years. I'm releasing it on the internet. Every body cam, every document. This judge, to save face, he can't protect you anymore. Then he sat on Tuesday. He looked me right in the eye And then he says the vehicles are going to be inspected. Not the vehicle, the vehicles. What am I saying on a podcast for the past 2.5 years? I'm telling this community that Mustafa, the Suburban, was not inspected. Mustafa's vehicle was not inspected. That on a body cam, I have a section where the prosecutor and investigator Robert Drum tells the independent experts, you can't look at the Suburban. I mean, and take it further, you have investigator Robert Drum goes to his lieutenant, and he tells his lieutenant, there is no evidentiary value in inspecting the Suburban. How? How does that make any sense? And his lieutenant, Sean Peake, is asking him, is the independent expert on board? On board to do what exactly? And then you find out that what they're doing here is they're telling the independent expert, you're not touching none of the vehicles. What are you talking about? How are you supposed to reconstruct a vehicle accident if you can't touch the vehicles? I have that on a body cam. No wonder Judge Weimer is so angry, because this prosecutor had one job. He let her seal the case. But here we are. The file is all over the internet. And once this whole file is all over the internet, this judge can no longer protect the prosecutor. That in court, he's looking at her and he's angry. And he's doing exactly what I want. So when I get on a podcast, I can tell this community that this judge is moving this motion forward. So Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, if you're going to get anything out of this podcast, and I don't know if this is getting through your ears. I mean, you're telling Mustafa's defense attorney that he's doing everything I want. Judge Weimer is so angry at you because you've been lying to him for 2.5 years. Now you want to go and get the SD cards? Now you want to hire an independent expert? Where were you for 2.5 years? Didn't you go and get a lip reader? You've got your independent expert talking about your independent. You went and got a lip reader when digital forensic Kathy Zymus is telling you there is audio, but I guess those files were sealed. This community doesn't know what Kathy Zymus is talking about. The document that's in the case file, that this dash camera does have audio. That in court, behind closed doors, what they're telling Judge Weimer is that this dash camera does have audio. Then why did you get a lip reader? And today, 2.5 years later, when you find out that Mustafa's defense attorney is honest enough to push back and get the metadata and download this SD card, all of a sudden, you have an independent expert that's going to download the files. You want to save face, and you want to say, well, I was only going off of my police officers, but now that I have an independent expert that looked at the SD card, here we are, we have an audio. Oops, Mustafa is innocent. There is no argument inside the vehicle. I was only going off of my police department, so you're going to throw the police department under the bus. We're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, me and my co-host, we're going to go through a specific body cam where the independent expert is attempting to inspect Mustafa's vehicle and is blocked by the police officer that falsified Mustafa's statement and is blocked by the prosecutor, Christian Mallet, that's on scene, and is blocked by prosecutor Sarah Sammy. Investigator Robert Drum tells the independent experts, you are not allowed to inspect and touch the vehicles. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy said so. So we're going to go in details on that body cam. And if Brad Haywood is going to take anything away from this podcast, we absolutely will not have that company, that independent experts reconstruct Mustafa's vehicle. that company, that independent expert, is compromised. Clearly, on a body cam, he worked with the police. Clearly, he worked with the prosecution to cover up the material fact of this case that this is a vehicle accident. His job was to reconstruct the vehicle accident. But instead, he allowed the police to walk all over him, not reconstruct his vehicle, sat on whatever information that he collected for 2.5 years. And you want us to go with that company? Absolutely not. And it's a miracle that I have the body cam, that there is no room for bullshit. You can't bullshit me. You can't bullshit this community. That independent expert is compromised. I mean, in court on Tuesday, Judge Weimer is talking about reconstructing the vehicle accident. Wait a minute. Last time I checked, I paid $5,000. $5,000. I took it out of my pocket, out of my hard-earned money, gave it to Casey Stephen, hired that company. And 2.5 years ago, that the accident was supposed to be reconstructed. Why am I looking at a body cam where they're all working together to cover this up? You pay $5,000. I paid $5,000 out of my pocket, out of my hard-earned money, only to find out that that company is working for the police. The police that falsified the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. I mean, in one of the scenes, it's so disturbing that he has his LiDAR, this machine that's on a tripod, and is scanning the vehicle. What vehicle are you talking about? The police department crushed and staged this vehicle. You're looking at a vehicle that's been crushed and staged by the police department, and then that independent expert is scanning the vehicle that's crushed and staged? What's the point of scanning it? The vehicle looks one way after the accident at the scene. We have pictures, and then we have the vehicle inside the police department. We have pictures where they're chopping up and staging the vehicle. We're going to go through that body cam. And Brad Haywood, if you're going to take anything out of this podcast, we absolutely do not want to go with that company. That company is compromised, and we're going to go through the body cam so this community can see what we're talking about. You get to see what we're talking about. I mean, Judge Weimer already sees what I'm talking about. In court, he looks at me and he says, vehicles, not vehicle. This is what we want. We want the vehicle to be... This is, by the way, this is the most basic thing that you can ask in this case. To get the vehicles reconstructed, to get this accident reconstructed, you have to inspect Mustafa's vehicle. You have to inspect the Suburban, the SD card and the dash camera. Now that they're saying there's audio, we need the SD card inspected. That's the most basic thing you can ask in this case. 2.5 years, they're blocking the most basic thing in this case to move forward. When we come back, we're going to go through that body cam. This is not another boring podcast. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share this podcast. To support our podcast, there's a button on there. You can donate directly into this podcast to support what we do and keep this channel going so we can talk about the Mustafa Al-Jazari case and we can talk about what they do behind closed doors. I mean, if you can do that to Mustafa, how many other cases are you falsifying in this county? You can donate directly into our Cash App to support this podcast. Our Cash App is Not Boring Pod. It's an easy handle to remember. And when we come back, we're going to go through the body cam and we're going to get to the bottom of what that company did when they reconstructed and looked at Mustafa's vehicle. And the answer is they didn't do anything. They never reconstructed the accident, but we're going to get there. We're going to reconstruct this vehicle and we're going to bring Mustafa home, bring justice for Mustafa, bring justice for his girlfriend, and bring justice for 5-year-old Empress. This is not another boring podcast. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, we'll dive into that body cam. Judge Weimer, you're under the microscope. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa, through the police body cams.
In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him to the Commonwealth.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him to the Commonwealth.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go, until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. 2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him to the Commonwealth.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go, until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him to the Commonwealth.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. 2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the Commonwealth on the other side. Where the fuck that guy go? Follow him and follow him.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the
So I want to talk about Sarah Sammy and how she looked on Tuesday. I mean, I want to tell this community has to know for the past 2.5 years. I mean, the prosecutor, Sarah Sammy.
I think you should talk about this.
Well, I'm definitely going to talk about this because this is disturbing. What you're telling me is so disturbing. This community has to know what is going on with Mustafa's defense attorney, Casey Stevens. I mean, we're going to take this community on a roller coaster. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa threw the police body cam. Judge Carrol Weimer under the microscope. On Tuesday, the prosecutor looked completely different. I mean, for the past 2.5 years, this is what prosecutor Sarah Sammy, this is what she looks like. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy is originally Persian. And, you know, Persian girls, when they come here to America, they kind of get, they have this, they almost look white. Mm-hmm. Well, on Tuesday, I didn't see the same. I almost didn't recognize this prosecutor. Let me see if I have a picture of prosecutor Sarah Sammy. I mean, this prosecutor was so defeated. This is prosecutor Sarah Sammy. For 2.5 years, she walked into court with her miniskirt, high heels, and the way she flirts with this judge, Judge Carrol Weimer. I kid you not. It almost looks like they're fucking behind the bench. I mean, that's what it looks like. And perception is reality. I mean, I'm watching a prosecutor that looks like she's fucking with the judge, the presiding judge, Judge Carrol Weimer, for 2.5 years. That's what I see.
I mean, the looks she gives him are definitely weird. They're not normal.
Well, On Tuesday, that's not the prosecutor that I saw. This is the prosecutor that I saw. I kid you not.
Hey guys,
I almost did not recognize her. And let me see if I can pull up.
What did you see on Tuesday?
On Tuesday, that's what I saw. Persian girls. History. Traditional. Harry. I swear to God, this is exactly what I saw on Tuesday. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. This is what I saw. Let's see if I have a better picture.
Wait a minute.
Bear with me, because you really got to see it through my eyes and what I saw on Tuesday.
I'm going to remove the music.
Okay, that works. I kid you not, I almost did not recognize this prosecutor. This prosecutor was walking like this. And hang on.
I think you missed it. That one right there on the right. Right there.
This is it. I swear to God, this is exactly... This is what I'm looking for. This is what I saw on Tuesday. Muhammad, I swear to God, Sarah Sammy looked exactly... She had almost a full beard, almost a shadow of a mustache. She looked like a Persian traditional librarian. I mean, 1 minute you walk in with your high heels and mini skirt, and next thing you know, you walk into Judge... Even Judge Weimer is like, what the fuck am I looking at? He was so angry, and I don't know if he was angry because for the past 2.5 years that this prosecutor, he's waking up to a reality that, hey, the prosecutors are lying to me about the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. I'm finding out there's a Brady motion that's moving forward. I'm finding out there's a podcast dedicated to me out in this community. And body cams that are sealed.
Is this what's protecting Robert Drum?
That's exactly what's protecting Robert Drum and Chad Mason. And on Tuesday, there's a Brady motion that's moving forward. And Prosecutor Sarah Sammy does not want to be there for the Brady motion.
Wait,
and
what?
Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, the judge is attempting to agree on a date to hear the Brady motion.
Okay.
And Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, the Judge Weimer tells her, are you available on that day? And usually, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy would tell him, I'm not available on that day. I'm available on this day. Remember, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy prides herself. This is my case. That's how she's been doing it for 2.5 years. Every motion, she's there.
So
She tells Judge Weimer, I'm not available, but I'm going to have Stephanie Buck, Prosecutor Stephanie Buck, handle the Brady motion. I wonder why you don't want to be there for the Brady motion, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy. Is this picture still up?
No, I can put it up.
Can you put that picture up? Because this community has to see what I'm looking at. Okay? I swear to God, I could not sleep at night looking at this.
That's a female?
That's a female. And that's what Judge Weimer looked at on Tuesday. And he's like, hell fucking no. You have been lying to me for 2.5 years?
About the Brady motion or that?
I mean, both. I mean, here's the deal. She looks like this because she's so defeated.
Why don't you snapshot it and just...
Oh, yeah, that's right. I can do that. Here we go.
Here, let me hold it.
Persian princess.
Let me hold it.
What a Persian princess. Okay, there we go. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. God damn it.
Oh, my God.
I mean, Judge Weimer, do you really want to risk... I mean, for 2.5 years, you've risked your whole entire reputation for this? On that note, we have information that Judge Weimer apparently is a regular at Crystal City, a strip club out in Arlington. And in his defense, he wants to say that he had no idea that one of the witnesses, a fake witness from the Mustafa Al-Jazari, that on a body cam says, I wasn't there, I didn't see anything. Apparently, Judge Weimer is a regular at that strip club. She gave him a lap dance. And if you're...
Is that the limit, lap dance?
We're selling these shirts. Mohammed, if you do me a favor, if you go over to exhibits.
Do you want the audio?
No. I mean, sure, we can put the audio for just a couple of seconds. What happened? There we go. So we're selling these shirts for $20 a shirt. And this shirt, you're going to get a shirt with Judge Weimer's picture on it. And a quote directly from Judge Carrol Weimer when he's questioned about...
Here, I'll read it.
Please do.
I had no idea the stripper giving me a lap dance is the witness testifying in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case.
This is verified information that Judge Carrol Weimer is a regular at a strip club out in Arlington. And the problem with, it's not that I have a problem with a judge getting a lap dance, is that this specific club, the club owner, Billy Bain Jr., went viral 2.5 years ago before the vehicle accident because on video he was racist to Mustafa. He had an altercation with Mustafa.
He got embarrassed through a post.
He got
where
embarrassed.
like over 15 million people saw it, and they were asking the question, the owner of this club is a racist?
One of the strippers are being used as a witness,
and this
a
guy,
character witness.
And this
in
guy
the Mustafa
he pays the Prince William County Police.
He pays the Prince William County Police. The supervisors. He pays the supervisors in this county. The county supervisors, he pays them. He has a giant club. Apparently, one of the officers talking about pumping money into this case. Apparently, money is being pumped into this case. Mustafa gets beaten up inside the jail by a correctional officer. I wonder why they took pictures after they beat Mustafa, and where did those pictures go?
They're not in the discovery, I can tell you that. They're not in his medical file. They're not in the jail records. So those photos that were taken, they were personal photos taken to somebody. Almost like somebody put a hit on Mustafa.
And now you're talking about...
When you connect the dots, okay, when you connect the dots of Officer Rob Davis telling Rob Sermon that he has an idea about this case that they should employ, but it's going to cost money. Okay, people might say, well, maybe they're just cops being cops, talking about whatever. But,
yeah, but when you're talking about...
Hold on a second. Okay, but when he said that, what did he say right before it? Rob Davis asked Rob Sermon, and in a whispering voice, okay, so he forgot his body cam was rolling. He said, hey, did you do anything inappropriate to it? Rob Sermon says, yeah. So you're talking about doing something inappropriate to Mustafa's car or the dash cam. You're doing something inappropriate to something belonging to Mustafa. Okay, I mean, this conversation took place while they were inspecting Mustafa's car.
I have that body cam.
Where they found brake failure. But here's the thing. He says, did you do something inappropriate to it? And the response from Rob Sermon was, yeah. And then right after, you want to say you have an idea that you should employ about this case, but it's going to require spending money, though. And then you have Mustafa in jail getting beat up almost to the point of death, where they beat him up and they take pictures of him naked.
And the prosecutions
naked,
are bringing...
full of blood.
And the prosecution are bringing individuals from that club to testify as character witness. I mean, I have videos.
You're bringing the strippers that lap danced on the judge?
That's crazy. That is so disturbing. That is so disturbing. I mean, Mohammed, do me a favor.
That is crazy.
Go over to exhibits. I want to play the body cam where the officer is talking about pumping money into the Mustafa Al-Jazari case.
That's very disturbing. Internal affairs, they should be all over those officers. Okay, they should be all over them. And then Robert Drum, the first thing he asks Casey Stevens is, how is he holding up?
Well, let me ask you a question.
You mean the guy you falsified his statements, the guy you tampered with his dash cam, the guy you chopped up his vehicle, the guy you falsified his warrant to put him in jail?
Judge
that
Weimer,
guy, you're asking how he's holding up?
By the way, and we're going to go into that body cam of what you just talked about with investigator Robert Drum, the investigator that falsified Mustafa's statement, is talking to Casey Stevens, the defense attorney.
The guy that Robert Drum wants to make as incompetent.
They're conspiring to write Mustafa off as incompetent. So they beat him up inside the jail. And then they conspire, the defense attorney and the investigator that falsified the police report, to write him off as incompetent.
They want to do a mental evaluation.
and they're bringing out a specific individual.
You know, I remember specifically because I was in court for a motion after that when Casey Stevens was fired. I specifically remember Sarah Sammy pushing Judge Weimer. She says she really wants to get this mental evaluation done of Mustafa after they beat him up. She wants to have a mental evaluation done on Mustafa. And we find out later that this was a conversation that took place between Robert Drum and Casey Stevens, where Robert Drum is pushing Casey Stevens, Mustafa's attorney. He's pushing him on a mental evaluation. And then Sarah Sammy in court is putting pressure on the judge to have this mental evaluation done even after Mustafa's lawyer is fired. And Judge Carrol Weimer, to his credit, says, we're not going to do anything if the guy doesn't have an attorney. Let him get an attorney.
Because at that point, we already fired Casey Stevens.
And Judge Carrol Weimer says, let him get an attorney, and that'll be up to his attorney if he wants to do a mental competency exam.
So, Mohammed, I have a body cam.
And Sarah Sammy was so angry. She was so angry that the judge did not give her a mental evaluation of Mustafa after they beat him up.
So you falsify his statements. You throw him in solitary confinement. You crush and stage his vehicle. You weaponize the children against him. You cut and mute his dash camera. And now you're conspiring to write him off as incompetent so he can't testify against the police department, against the police, that you falsified my case.
Unbelievable.
I lost my family in a fucking car accident. You're going to write him off as incompetent. So whatever he says, no one's going to listen.
And by the way,
if I didn't have the body cam to back up what I'm talking about, you're going to tell me there is no way that this could happen. But I have the body cam. And Mohammed,
I just want to say one thing about the mental evaluation. I remember this conversation came up with Casey Stevens, and he says after we told him that Mustafa was beaten, he's scared to talk about it. He doesn't want, because of retaliation. I mean, he was told by a Sergeant Daniels that if you talk about this, we're going to kill you. Okay? He was threatened.
So a correctional officer
Hold on. Let me just make this point.
Yeah.
And Casey Stevens says, I don't believe it. I don't believe that he was beaten up. Even though we have photos from his visit 2 weeks after that he was swollen, that he had bruising all over his body. But I'll tell you this. Casey Stevens says, I want to do a mental competency evaluation of Mustafa.
To discredit whatever Mustafa is talking about.
Okay. And I told Casey Stevens at the time, I have it recorded, by the way. I told him, okay, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. We're going to bring in our own expert to do the mental evaluation for Mustafa. Okay? And when I gave him a name of a doctor that is not connected to the county, he calls back and says, no, we're not going to follow the person you chose. I have somebody that I want to bring in. And if you're not going to pay me $3,500 for it, then we'll have the county do it. Which doesn't make any sense, because the doctor that I gave him actually does mental evaluations for jails, specifically for jails. Okay? So why is Casey Stevens so concerned about who's doing this mental evaluation? Okay? And were they trying to bring somebody that was going to basically sign on the dotted line like we've seen all throughout Mustafa's case? So either Casey Stevens brings in his own expert mental evaluator, okay, that basically he's going to say whatever Casey Stevens wants him to say. He says, if you're not going to pay me $3,500 for my choice, then we're going to have to go with somebody from the county. And basically they're going to bring in somebody like Gene Maya, who's the medical examiner, who basically signs on the dotted line.
Before Mustafa was beaten up, before Mustafa was talking about they beat me up.
You don't find that odd?
Don't you have a recording with Casey Stevens that says Mustafa is competent? We don't need to get any mental help.
Actually, I have a voicemail.
He's good. I talked to him. You have the voicemail?
I have the voicemail.
Can you pull that up real quick?
It's on my other phone.
And while you do that, how long is it going to take you to pull it up?
10 seconds, I haven't.
Do me a favor. Go ahead and pull that up. While you do, I'm going to play this body cam. Okay? And then when you come back, I want to play this body cam for you because it is so disturbing. It's one thing to say what you're saying, because it becomes your word against the police department, your word against the defense attorney, your word against that specific police officer, your word against the prosecution. But I have the body cam that show what Casey Stevens did, what investigator Robert Drum did. They're sitting there conspiring against Mustafa. They're sitting there attempting to write Mustafa as incompetent. I mean, you falsify his case. Correctional officer would beat him up inside the jail. And then when he talks about it, your own defense attorney is conspiring with the police officer that falsified your statement, your case, to write you off as incompetent. I mean, that's disturbing. Let's watch the body cam.
How's Moses doing? How's Moses doing?
I don't think he's doing very well.
How'd that competency thing come back?
Haven't gotten it back yet. They're taking forever to get to it. Because I think I filed that a month ago. They finally got, at first they were wanting to continue the case so they could get it done, and then like the same day in the afternoon they finally got somebody. They didn't have anybody to do it. I think somebody just bureaucratic dropped the ball somewhere for a little bit. But it's, my guess is it's likely to be continued. They got Susan Frank is the psychologist who's doing it, and she, in my experience, tends to be very last minute on shit. You know, you're getting stuff, the night before, type stuff. So that wouldn't surprise me. She ended up needing more time. We needed it.
So you have, this is Casey Stevens. Let's see if I can circle who. This is Casey Stevens. That's the defense attorney. Mustafa's defense attorney. That's the prosecutor, Christian Mallet. And in the background, you have the independent expert who's scanning the vehicle. By the way, this vehicle has already been crushed and staged by the police department. The vehicle looks one way. It looks, we have pictures. It looks one thing, and then inside the police department, it looks completely different. Crushed in, chopped up. They're staging the vehicle. And we have pictures where they're actually cutting into the vehicle inside the police department. They're staging and crushing the vehicle. And now you have the independent expert who's scanning a crushed and staged vehicle. How does that make any sense? What are you scanning the vehicle for? Back to Casey Stevens. You can't tell me that this investigator, he cares about Mustafa. Care about Mustafa? This is the same investigator who falsified Mustafa's statements. This is the same investigator that the police department, the chief of police, sent us a letter that he violated department policy, falsified Mustafa's statement. This is the same investigator who's actively tampering with witnesses. This is the same investigator who weaponized the children and the witnesses against Mustafa. So you can't tell me that he cares about Mustafa. This is the same investigator that on one body cam, while Mustafa was in a coma right in front of his vehicle, he says, whatever the fuck that guy go, I want you to follow him. And ended up falsifying his statements. While Mustafa just lost his family in a tragic vehicle accident. This is a car accident. And you have a police officer that's being briefed by other police officers, specifically Rob Davis, about Mustafa. What was he being
here-
briefed about? Oh, Mustafa had a lawsuit against the police department, and Mustafa has to be put back into his place. That when he got in a car accident, they're taking advantage of a vehicle accident. And here you have
This is right before the beating, by the way.
Mustafa gets beaten up. And why exactly did Mustafa get beaten up inside the jail?
Could it have something to do with Rob Davis saying that they have an idea about this case that they should employ
Muhammad, I'm gonna
to Rob Sermon?
I'm gonna play that body cam.
Could that have anything to do with it? I mean, they have an idea where they're gonna pay money. They beat him up and take pictures of him. Okay? And when I say beat him up, I mean they almost murdered him.
Do me a
Stripped
favor.
him naked.
Go over to exhibits. I want to play that body cam where they're talking about pumping money into this case.
Go ahead.
Once again, this arm's new.
Okay. Properly fastened.
Properly fastened.
Okay.
You're not even on exhibits.
Oh, let me see. I got it.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah. Once again, this arm's new.
Okay. Properly fastened.
Properly fastened.
Okay. Did you do anything inappropriate to it?
Hear that? Okay. Did you do anything
I mean,
inappropriate
you see,
to it?
he's whispering.
He's
under
whispering.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He forgot that the body cam is there, and he's telling his other police officer, "Did you do anything inappropriate to it?" Yeah.
I mean, Davis, the guy talking here, the guy asking, did you do anything inappropriate to it? That's the same officer that Kathy Zymus, when she went through the dash camera, that's the same officer she called and notified him of her findings. What did she call him about, and what did she tell him? And why does Rob Davis not have any statement in this entire discovery or police report of what Kathy Zymus called him and told him?
She told him there's audio.
I mean,
this dash. We now know we have the document.
Clearly from her document, she's saying she found the audio to the dash cam, and she notified Rob Davis of her findings. So why are these findings being communicated by telephone to Rob Davis? Why specifically Davis?
The same Davis that's on a speed dial with the 16-year-old, where her dad pierces all the strippers to
Exactly.
Billy.
That's the connection.
Where the presiding judge is a regular at that strip club.
That's the connection.
Do me a favor. Go over to exhibit. Let's continue watching where they talk about pumping money into Mustafa's case.
That's the connection between Rob Davis, this entire case, and Billy Bain Jr., the owner of the strip club that was embarrassed to over 15 million people as being a racist. And now his strippers are actively coming. I mean, they're on Facebook defaming Mustafa and his family. They're all over Facebook, okay? You don't think Billy Bain Jr. summoned all his hoes to come out after Mustafa?
Of course.
I mean, it's very obvious that's what's happening. And when Rob Davis says they have an idea, he has an idea about this case that's going to cost them money.
But I've got a surprise for everybody. The strippers that want to come into this case and defame Mustafa, guess who records everything? I've got videos where those strippers used to come out and they used to love Mustafa. Went as far as promote and help Mustafa sell his heat warmers.
So they were selling his
And then
product.
selling his heat warmers. And then Billy goes viral. One day Billy goes crazy and wants to remove Mustafa off the property. And all of a sudden the same strippers, just to be on a good side for their boss. I mean, look, you take
They're
a
gonna
club.
attack
They're going to attack
whoever
Mustafa.
they're
They
being
start
told to
attacking
attack.
Mustafa. And now a vehicle accident happened. And all of a sudden, they want to come in as character witnesses. Well, in court, I
Which, by the
cannot
way, is
wait.
illegal. It's illegal. It's against the law.
I cannot wait for Brad Haywood, sir. I've got videos for you. Got a lot of videos. And we can't wait to have Judge Weimer, the presiding judge, prostitutes and strippers on the stand talking about how horrible Mustafa is. And then we play the videos.
They can't do that. They can't bring in anybody to testify.
Apparently, that's what prosecutor Sarah Sammy wanted to do.
She wanted to do it, but, I mean, the judge to his credit, has already ruled that
we're not going to bring
that's
my
illegal.
strippers into
He's
the
not going to
stands.
bring in a bunch of strippers to basically lie about somebody's character, because number one, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to this case. I mean, if you could do that, then anybody that is about to stand trial, they can just bring in any stripper to come say something negative about you.
Have you noticed none of the strippers?
I mean, Rob Davis
none of them is online.
has paid all of them already.
Have you noticed none of them is online anymore? Now that we have a podcast, now that the file is all over the internet, they used to in the beginning.
They can't gaslight the conversation.
They can't
anymore.
gaslight the conversation anymore.
First, they wanted to say, "Look, he's going 77 miles an hour." You released a full dash camera, okay? And by the way, the prosecutor, she knows exactly what she's doing when she releases a 4-second clip. Okay, when she releases multiple clips from different times, and then NBC, Julie Carey, she has the little Chiron.
They covered
the title.
They covered the speed limit.
They covered the time.
The time.
You can see the speed. You can see the speed, but they covered the time with their little title banner at the bottom, so that you can't see that the interior video that the prosecutor released is from a different time to the exterior camera. She's playing 2 different times from interior camera, exterior camera, and she's playing it as if that's the same time.
Exactly.
And NBC,
You know where NBC for
covered up the time so that you can't see that they're different times. People think that what's happening on the inside is actually what's happening on the outside at the same time, but it's not the same time. The prosecutor specifically chose different times to make it look like this is what's happening on the outside and the inside at the same time. And that's such a dirty tactic.
What's disturbing is that's what she showed Judge Weimer inside the court.
It's such a dirty tactic.
In a bond motion.
And it took you, an individual, a citizen of this community, stealing the file from the prosecutor to clarify that the prosecutor is lying and Julie Carey, NBC, is covering up.
I mean, prosecutor Sarah Sammy edited
what a
the
dirty,
dash.
what a dirty tactic.
She edited the dash camera. The dash camera that she showed Judge Weimer during a bond motion, she edited the dash camera. She played 5 clips and
from
different times, and she combined them as one dash camera. In court, that's what she played for Judge Weimer. And then still Judge Weimer gave Mustafa a bond because she's telling him, Your Honor, Mustafa is arguing inside the vehicle. Judge Weimer is looking at it. Where's the argument? So he gave Mustafa a bond.
I mean, that's crazy, and this past Tuesday, the prosecutor wants to bring in IT experts. Now she wants to bring in IT to extract raw data from the... I mean, you already had Zymus do it. Is the prosecutor saying she has no faith in Kathy Zymus of Prince William County Digital Forensics? Is that what she's saying?
She's backed against the wall.
Is she telling this community that she does not trust the police department? Because based on her action, that's what she's saying. When she says, I want to bring in IT experts to extract raw data from this dash cam, now that Mustafa's defense attorney is doing it, I want to bring in my IT experts. You're basically telling this community that you have zero faith in your own police department. You have zero faith that whatever files you have on evidence.com, your IT experts are going to contradict it. Well, that's what you're telling this community.
Officer Kathy Zymus got on the stand.
That's very disturbing.
Officer Kathy Zymus got on the stand and admitted that this dash camera has audio. I find it interesting that Officer Zymus, do me a favor, before we go into Officer Zymus, Officer Zymus admit there's audio. In her statement that's in the case file, she said the last several videos did not have audio. So that means all the other videos have audio. On the stand, she says, this dash camera has audio. It's just the day of the 5th, it doesn't have audio. But then before, everything had audio. And then she goes on and says, there is no way a dash camera would have audio halfway it doesn't have audio. Either it has audio or it doesn't have audio. So she's telling you what Chad Mason did is he cut the audio. I mean, she's telling you he cut the audio.
And there's 21 gigabytes
And he admits
missing.
Exactly.
There's 21 gigabytes missing. So here's what I'll say.
Well, it's not missing. It's on the SD card. They just didn't upload it
I meant missing from evidence.com.
from the server.
Missing from the county server.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what I'll say to that. The camera is on continuous recording. The SD card is 64 gigabytes. Okay. 21 gigabytes are missing because when I look at the file, I mean, I'm going to open the file right now. Okay. I'm looking at Mustafa's dash camera. Okay. And I see 43.52 gigabytes of data. Okay. 43.5. Now, when you take 43 from 64, you have 20 gigabytes, 20.5 specifically, 20.5 gigabytes that should be on this camera. So when these experts come in and they extract all the files off of this dash camera, I'll just say, Chad Mason, they better equal 64 gigabytes. They better equal 64 gigabytes.
Because it's on continuous recording.
Because if we're missing a drop, if we're missing one clip from this dash camera, it means you deleted it. Okay? You deleted it. Because the files, they're at like 150,000. What I mean by that is when you set this camera up, it records file number 1, file number 2. Minute 3, that's file number 3. Minute 4, that's file number 4. Minute 5, that's file number 5. Mustafa's dash cam is at like 150,000. And what that means is, for it to get to that point, you're at 150,000 minutes, which means for 150,000 files, this camera has not been reset. It hasn't been deleted. Okay? So you can't say that, oh, it's a brand new SD card or the SD card was just set up. It was just reset. No, you're at 150,000 files, 150,000 minutes. So you should have 64 gigabytes.
Well, Robert Drum says...
And if you're missing one file, and the file I think is about 60 megabytes per file, between 60 and 80, if you're missing one clip from this dash cam, then you fucking deleted it.
Well, the metadata is going to show it.
And you can't play around anymore.
The metadata is going to show it.
You can't play around anymore. We're talking about somebody's life, okay? You're accusing someone of the most heinous crime you can ever think of, okay? The most heinous crime. And for an officer to come in and delete someone's dash camera that they put in for their protection, and you want to come in and delete it and tamper with evidence? You think you're going to get away with it? That hairy bitch can't save you.
You know, I have a body cam. Prosecutor Sarah.
Sammy cannot save you.
By the way, prosecutor...
She can't save you. And that's why she says, I'm not going to be there for the Brady motion, because she's making a statement. She's telling these officers, Drum,
my reach can
Mason,
only go so far.
Davis,
my protection
Sermon,
can only go so far.
Romero, she's telling you guys one thing. I can seal it. I can seal the file. This is my limit. I can only protect you, but so much. There's no more options left on the table for her to protect them. Okay? When these IT experts go in and they extract the data, all I'm going to say is, Chad Mason, they better be fucking 64 gigabytes. Or your ass is going to be somewhere down in Alcatraz.
Absolutely.
Okay, you're going to federal prison.
I mean, think of
Get
what's
ready
happening.
to play with alligators. That's all I'm going to say.
Absolutely.
You better learn all you can about alligators.
And Chad does
because they're going to be all around you.
You are aware that Chad does not know how to play with alligators.
You better learn.
Well, it's a Chad. You know, I looked up what a Chad is.
You better hope. You better hope you didn't delete those files.
Well, I looked up what a Chad is. I looked into who Chad Mason is. Chad Mason is married to a white girl, and apparently he sounds like a white girl. I mean, when you're listening to these body cams, I kid you not, it almost felt like there is a white girl police officer that's investigating this case. And then you look at the body cam, it's Chad Mason.
He's a blonde.
He's a blonde.
He's a blonde in spirit.
Look, He's going to end up in federal prison. His days are numbered. The SD card is being inspected. And
I mean, look, they better be 64 gigabytes. And Sarah Sammy, she can't save you, buddy.
You know, Robert,
she already said it. I can't save you.
You know, Robert Drum admits on a body cam that there is more footage on this dash camera.
I believe it. I mean, there's 20.5 gigabytes that we haven't seen yet. 20.5 gigabytes
on a body cam.
And the experts are coming for it.
Robert Drum.
They better be 20.5.
You know, Muhammad, on a body cam, Robert Drum is talking to the independent expert while he's reconstructing the accident, and he's lying to the independent expert about what actually happened on the dash camera. And his defense attorney allows him to lie. This is the same defense attorney that we're telling him that this police officer falsified Mustafa's statement. You're going to let him detail the content of the dash camera and not show the independent expert the dash camera? I mean, he's pretty much telling him that Mustafa did this on purpose.
I mean, anybody looking at this dash camera, they're going to ask the question, what happened the minute prior? What happened the minute prior to that? What happened when they were getting in the car? Oh, he went to the gas station? He filled up gas? He filled up his car? He washed his car? He bought cigarettes? Before leaving the apartment, he was turning the lights off? You want to tell me someone who cares about the light bill, who cares about their electric bill, who cares about the cleanliness of his car, who's spraying his car with air freshener, who's buying Empress candy, you want to tell me that guy is about to crash his car and kill himself? The guy that did not put on his seatbelt? And you want to tell me that happened because of an ex-boyfriend that he's never met? That he doesn't even know? Get the fuck out of here. You know,
I want to play.
You like, the allegations, they stink really bad. And by the way, you're not supposed to know that he was turning off the lights. You're not supposed to know.
The electricity bill is in his name, right?
You're not supposed to know that he was cleaning his car.
Wait, the electricity bill the electric bill is in Mustafa's name.
Is in his name.
And you have a Google Nest video
where he's turning off the lights prior to leaving.
And the prosecution is charging him with premeditated murder?
I'm gonna murder myself. I'm gonna crash my car. But hold on. Let me turn off the lights so that next month when the bill comes in, it's not that high. Okay? Let me clean my car so that when I crash it, it's shiny and clean. Let me buy a pack of cigarettes. Let me save $1 on a pack of cigarettes so that when I crash and kill myself, there's money left in my pocket.
I mean, that does not make any sense. Wait, by the way, the prosecutor sealed off all this evidence all this information.
So the prosecutor knows this information. They know this information. The police department know this information.
And the presiding judge is the one that sealed it.
Julie Carey didn't tell this to the community. Julie.
Where is Julie Carey?
You forgot to tell this community that the man the case you're covering up for, the officers you're covering up for, the man was trying to save on his electric bill that comes in next month.
I mean, she forgot to tell this community that there is a Google Nest inside the apartment.
I mean, literally 10 minutes before the accident, he's sitting there for 10 minutes trying to pull up a coupon to save $1 on a pack of cigarettes. $1. You think, if you're going to kill yourself, you think you give a fuck about what's going to be in your pocket in the next 10 minutes?
He bought Empress a piece of candy.
He's washing his back window. I can understand he's washing the front window so he can see. He's washing his car, his entire car.
The roof.
At the gas station.
Oh, he's removing the pollen off the car.
He's removing the pollen off his car 10 minutes prior. He's washing the little girl's hands. Because she says her hands are sticky from candy. He's washing her hands 10 minutes prior to the accident.
You know, the foundation
You want to
of
tell
this
me
case,
that guy is about to kill himself? He didn't put on his seatbelt?
I'll tell you what by the way, this dash camera is sealed by the county. The prosecutor, Commonwealth, Amy Ashworth,
he left
sealed
his
off
dash cam running. He left his dash cam running. And by the way, the guy the prosecutor is accusing for 2.5 years, he's been crying from solitary confinement. Check my camera. Why is nobody checking my camera? Check my camera.
Julie Carey told this community that Commonwealth attorney Amy Ashworth says this dash camera does not have audio. On Tuesday, we had 3 major motion move forward. And the question is, you have the police department, Kathy Zimas, admit that there's audio. The independent experts is moving in to inspect the SD card and get the audio. Where is Julie Carey from updating the community that this dash camera does have audio? I mean, why? The question is, why is this community getting updated on the Mustafa Al-Jazari case from this YouTube channel? That's a good question.
That's a very good question.
I mean, you're telling me.
Why are you the source of information from the Commonwealth attorney and the police department?
Let's play devil advocate here. This is a major case
Why
in
are
this
you
county.
the only source of information?
I mean, Mohammed,
coming out of this county.
This is a major case in Prince William County. They're charging Mustafa with murder. They're saying that Mustafa murdered his family. This is a giant case.
They changed the whole parking lot in the name of Mustafa Al-Jazari.
This case was all over the news. Are you telling me that you no longer want to update the community on this case?
Why wasn't Julie Carey there Tuesday?
Why is she not there on Tuesday? Details are coming out. Oh, is it because details are coming out where the police department falsified the whole entire case?
Because the information contradicts
what they ran with.
What they've been running with for the past 2.5 years. The information that's coming out today is damning. I mean, somebody has to go to jail. Okay, out of this police department, somebody is going to prison. I'll tell you that right now. Somebody is going to prison out of this prosecutor's office. Somebody is going to prison. Okay? When you tamper with evidence, when you tamper with witnesses, when you abuse children, okay, in the name of getting this man, you want to get this man, you want to pin the charges on him one way or another.
Whatever it takes.
When you have officers pumping money into a case where the man almost gets murdered inside of a jail, somebody's going to prison. I'll tell you that right now. And Sarah Sammy basically said on Tuesday, I can't help you guys. I'm sorry. I can't help you. You've reached the limit.
She threw in her assistant to deal with a Brady motion. I mean, your police officer are going under fire. Your police officer the defense attorney is filing a major Brady violation against every police officer in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. And the senior prosecutor Sarah Sammy, puts her assistant to deal with the Brady motion. She said, I can't be there. I'm not going to be there.
It's a statement. I'm telling you, it's a statement. She's saying to the officers, you've reached the limit. There's nothing that I ran out of options. I can't save you anymore. Okay? I've sealed it like you want me to seal it, and this guy stole it. So there's nothing I can do about it. Okay? I'm running out of options. What else do you want me to do? There's nothing for me to do, so I'm not going to be there. I don't want to hear how torturous it's going to be.
Mohammed, I want to go over the dash camera and the foundation of this case and why prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth.
By the way, I just want to say one thing about the SD card.
Go ahead.
Whether the experts find something on this SD card or not, okay, whatever happens to this SD card inspection, this dash cam inspection, I just want to say this, is that Chad Mason did not execute the warrant properly, okay? The warrant specifically states that all videos from April 5th, 2023, and all videos of April 6th, 2023, all videos should have been extracted based on that warrant. When the magistrate judge signed that warrant, he signed it for all videos of April 5th and 6th. And what Chad Mason did is he went in, he cherry-picked the videos that would match the narrative of the prosecutor. He removed the audio. He cut the last portion of the video, the last video, okay? But what we have, I have videos from April 5th that are not in the case file, okay? So not only did he not execute the warrant properly, but the prosecutors hid those videos. I have videos of April 5th that are not in the case file that Mustafa's attorney were deprived of. This is called exculpatory evidence. Evidence that would show what you're accusing him of
is a lie.
Is a lie, okay? I have videos that I got from Rexing okay, of April 5th that are not in the case file. So for Chad Mason, I tell you right now, you're going to prison one way or another, okay? You violated the execution of a warrant, okay? And you hid exculpatory material. And for Sarah Sammy, Amy Ashworth, you helped him with it, okay? Amy Ashworth might be immune because she's an elected official, but everybody under her belt, you're fair game.
Absolutely.
Okay? You're fair game.
They think by bringing an independent expert and also inspect and download the
you
SD
fucked
card
up. You fucked
and
up
the
already.
metadata. I mean, they think this is what they're attempting to do is throw the police department under the bus and say, we, the prosecutor, were relying
We
on
didn't
these
know.
police officers. We had no idea. But now that we do, we have the audio. This man is innocent. And our police officer lied to
And
us.
you-
That's their way out.
They can't even, that's not even a way out because we've been literally standing on that lawn for over a year, screaming, where is his dash cam? I mean, I have a poster that I was holding up that says, release the dash cam. Where's the rest of the footage? Okay, I have a email that I sent to Amy Ashworth requesting FOIA, requesting all his information, his dash camera, that she denied. Okay, I mean, you can't say you didn't know. You can't say you didn't know. Okay?
Prosecutor Sarah Sammy is backed against the wall. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth is backed against the wall.
And maybe that's why she's growing a beard. Because she's up against the wall and she can't help her buddy officers.
I could not recognize her on Tuesday. The lady had a full beard. I kid you not. I was like, I even looked around. I told, I asked, where is this prosecutor? And I looked at her and I could not recognize her.
The mustache is hurting my brother's eyes. Whatever you need out of Sephora.
I am depressed.
Whatever you want from Sephora.
I mean, you
Or
want to tell me
Ulta?
this
Is that
whole
what it's
time?
called, Ulta? Or Kohl's.
Judge Weimer is depressed.
I have a gift card that I can order you some concealer, some wax, something. Because the look is hurting my brother's eyes. And
Not only me, Judge Weimer is upset. He said, you want to tell me? Judge Weimer is thinking to himself and
send me a
contemplating.
wish list. Send me a wish list.
Judge Weimer says, this is who I risked my reputation. You want to tell me
We can
that
get
I
the
had-
community to chime in, to pitch in on a wish list.
I mean, federal jail. This prosecutor is going to end up in jail. She's going to end up in jail. And look, I'm going to help this prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, when she's in federal jail, when she's in federal prison. We're going to put money on her commissary. We're going to put money on her phone so she can call her mother. We're going to take a break.
Go ahead.
We're gonna take a break, and to help us continue this
Help
podcast,
us help you.
Help us help you. Help us bring light to what they do behind closed doors, so you don't end up in a situation like this. If they can do that to Mustafa, they can do that to anybody. If you can crush a vehicle and stage a vehicle, if you can cut a dash camera, if you can falsify Mustafa's statement, if you can weaponize the children, they can do that to anybody in this county.
And I wonder,
why?
I wonder how long Chad Mason has been improperly executing warrants.
That's terrifying.
I mean, everything he got from that warrant is no longer valid because he cherry-picked those videos. And what if I tell you that in the middle of these 523 videos that he has in the file, there are some that are missing right in the middle, like where you have the exterior view, but you're missing the interior view. So, were you tired that day? Were you were you a little sloppy that day?
It doesn't look like he's tired because it's missing specific videos.
Or were you promised that nobody's going to look into the file and look into the details? I'll take a bet that it's option 2. You were promised something, but thanks to my brother here, you can no longer hide behind a seal.
Well, it's not sealed anymore
because we have undressed you,
and we
don't like
and this
what we're
community.
seeing.
And this community does not like what they see.
So what I'm going to say is,
they're watching.
Do you prefer the wax bowl or do you prefer the wax strips?
That is a very good question. And this community
is that how it comes in a bowl?
It does come in a bowl.
Or it comes in strips, or it comes with the sticks. Whatever you prefer.
Whatever
Let us
Chad
know.
Mason prefers.
Let us know. We can.
Did you know that he's Irish?
Apparently,
he is.
I'm just gonna mute you.
No, I mean no. I've done my homework on Chad Mason. He's a Chad. He's married to a white wife. He's Irish.
He's blonde.
Chad is Irish.
He's Chad.
He's Chad. Chad is Irish. He's an Irish lad.
He's one.
Do you know why he? Do you know why
He's a Chadwick.
He's a Chadwick. Did you know that why he doesn't care about violating department? I mean, in court, when Blake Weiner asked him, "Are you telling me that you've been violating department policy for 14 years?" He said he got angry. He says, "Is that even a question?"
If I was the police department,
Mohammed.
I would give him the option.
Did you know?
Do you want to retire now, or do you want to go to prison?
If you look up who Chad Mason is, Chad
Take your
Mason
pick.
is Irish. Apparently, it goes back. His lineage goes to royalty. I mean, a Chad does not care about police department policy. He's Irish. He's loyalty. Chad don't care about a
Chadwick.
department policy. He doesn't care about department policy. He's Chad. A Chad does not care. He's Irish.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break. On that note, you can look him up if you want to.
When we come back, we have damning information about Casey Stevens and what he's trying to hide
Absolutely.
from this community.
We're going to talk about Casey Stevens.
Is doing something very fishy, and
Casey Stevens.
we've caught on to it.
We're going to take a deep dive into what Casey Stevens is doing. He thinks he can get away with it. That's the funny part.
He thinks he's smart, but little
forget-
does he know. Little does he know.
We've got him by the balls, and apparently there are no balls.
There's nothing to grab.
There's
him
nothing
by.
there. On that note, we're going to take
We've got him by the wax strip.
We got him by the wax strips. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Don't forget to share this podcast. Hit the like button. Leave comment. Is going to help the algorithm. This channel is monetized, so you can directly donate into the podcast to support our podcast.
You don't have to donate. If you can share and like, it's going to spread the word, because these people,
Are you telling people not to donate?
they have to go to jail.
Don't listen to my co-host. Absolutely
I'm saying
donate.
people can donate. People
Okay.
can donate. That's what I'm saying. People can donate, but you can also support by simply clicking the like button, sharing this podcast with a friend, family, with whoever, your
Like I said,
coworkers.
don't listen to my co-host. Absolutely.
Tell people all about it. Okay?
Absolutely.
It's going to spread the word.
Donate to support my podcast so we can grow this podcast, so we can have a voice in this county. We're going to talk about the falsified case of Mustafa Al-Jazari. We're going to talk about what these motherfuckers are doing behind closed doors on taxpayers' money.
Exactly.
We have a file.
This is your money.
We have a file, and we're exposing what they do behind closed doors. Don't forget, you can either press a button to donate into this podcast, to support this podcast, or you can Cash App Not Boring Pod directly into supporting this podcast. On that note, thank you for being here. We're going to take a 10-minute break. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Judge Carrol Weimer, you're under my microscope.
In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa from the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck you on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm, truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains, justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him to the camera.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains, justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm, truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains, justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him to the camera.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains, justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge in the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. 2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the Commonwealth on the other side. What the fuck that guy do? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge in the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the Commonwealth on the other side. What the fuck that guy do? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck that guy do? Follow him and get down.
We scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck that guy do? Follow him and get down.
We scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight.
This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Judge Carrol Weimer, you're under my microscope. I want to thank Muhammad. Muhammad, thank you for being here. You know, I'll tell you, at this point, whether I talk, whether I don't talk, Mustafa's coming home. The file is already all over the internet. I am here to simply expose what this county is doing. At this point, I just want to talk shit, and I have a platform to do it.
That's right.
Is that fair?
It's fair comment, my friend.
I just want to play. I just want to talk. I have all 3 pens. How did that happen? Which one do you want?
I'll take that one.
This one?
Yeah.
I'll give you this one. No.
I'll take whatever.
Okay, take this one. All right.
It's the thought that counts.
Look, it's the thought that counts, all right? I have a bunch of things I want to talk about. I want you to help me have an outline so that way we can play. I've got a bunch of videos I want to play. I want to play for you.
Do you want to cover the
Casey Stevens?
Casey Stevens.
I want to talk about Casey Stevens. Casey Stevens is doing something. He's up to something. And this community has to see it.
You have it. I think I sent it to you.
You did. So I want to talk about, okay, do me a favor. Can you write this down? I want to talk about Casey Stevens.
Okay.
I want to talk about, and then I want to move into the dash camera and why prosecutor Sarah Sammy and Commonwealth Amy Ashworth and Robert Drum are not releasing this dash camera. This dash camera is sealed from the community for a reason, and we're here to talk about it. Unfortunately for them,
what else you want
when
to
I
talk about?
put in my FOIA request, they denied it, so I had to use, what do you call when you go into a store and you steal something? 5-finger sale?
Alternative methods.
Alternative methods. I want to talk about the independent expert, the body cam, when he's on the scene, and how prosecutor Sarah Sammy denied him access to inspect the vehicle and reconstruct the vehicle accident, violating a judge order. Hey, Judge Weimer, did you know that Sarah Sammy and investigator Drum
Come on, man. You're giving me the
violated?
outline. You're giving me the outline. Now you're
Violated
you're going into the
your order to reconstruct it. How do you feel? I mean, as a judge, how do you feel about a prosecutor, a low-level
defying a judge's
prosecutor
order.
defying a judge order? How do you feel about that?
If I was a judge, I would be pissed.
If you were a judge that's not compromised, you would be pissed.
I would ask for a free lap dance the next time around.
You know, my favorite part, when I was sitting in courts and he's looking right at me and he says, vehicles, we're going to get the vehicles inspected. Make sure that's on the motion. And he's looking at me, and then he looks at Sarah Sammy.
So
She's
that's
like-
because, you know, I think the fact that he said that, I think it tells you he's watching these videos and
Absolutely.
and he's watching what Drum told the independent expert and how they tried to play it off like, did the judge say vehicle or vehicles? We don't know. Well, you're not allowed to inspect the vehicles. Actually, you're not inspecting anything. Okay, and the expert's like, I mean, I'm here with all my equipment. I was told there's a judge order to allow me to look at these cars, and they denied him access, and they didn't document that anywhere. So now the judge, this time around, he's saying, let me be clear. I don't want any hairy mess. I'm saying vehicles, not vehicles.
You know, I know we have a timeline, and I wanted to move. I want to play this one body cam, this one section, and then we'll move into Casey Stevens. Okay?
What else
This
you want
is-
to... No, you're giving me an outline.
Basically,
so-
three things. Casey Stevens, the dash camera, and the
enough.
videos from the independent expert.
Let's talk Casey Stevens.
No. Before we do, I just want to play this one body cam. It's a 2-minute section, specifically about that.
Does
what
it
the
include
judge
Casey
said.
Stevens?
Everything kind of rotates around Casey Stevens.
He's a star.
He is the star for the wrong reasons in
When
this
you're
community.
a star, they let you do it.
I promise you, by the time I'm done with you, Casey Stevens, you're not going to have any more clients. And
you're a
apparently,
star.
I have a reputation out in this county. I am here out to take out these lawyers, and they are ending up on the stretcher. What happened to Elaine Jarvis? Did she not end up on a stretcher? Look at what happened to Elaine. Not only did she end up on a stretcher, but apparently she admitted to her being crazy.
We're going to go through...
We're going to go through the details of what is going... I mean, that is a can of worms.
You're going to show us a video?
We are going to look at a video. Absolutely. You cut me off
Let's
one
go
more
into
time.
Let's go into the video.
You know, who gave you the mute button? All right. Let's watch this video.
First of all, give us
This
some
video- okay, so-
info. What are we watching here?
This video is where the independent expert is attempting to inspect and reconstruct Mustafa's accident.
Okay.
And he's denied access to look into and touch Mustafa's vehicle. He's denied access to touch and look at the Suburban.
Okay.
And the investigator that falsified Mustafa's statement, Robert Drum, tells the independent expert, Sarah Sammy said, you can't touch the Suburban.
That's what
And there's a prosecutor
Drum
there.
tells the
That's
independent
what,
expert?
that's what Drum tells the independent expert. He specifically says, Sarah Sammy, prosecutor Sarah Sammy said you can't touch the vehicle. So the question here is, how does Judge Weimer wants to say that he's been impartial in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Well, how does he feel about a body cam being watched by the community where his prosecutor, and I'm just going to say his prosecutor,
defied his orders.
defied his order?
Unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Feel out, pull wheels off.
That's your call.
Just photos.
That guy right there is a prosecutor, another prosecutor. That's Christian Mallet.
Let me zoom in on him.
So here, that's Christian Mallet. That's a prosecutor.
We
in
have
the
a
Mustafa
prosecutor on scene.
A prosecutor on scene. Okay, that's Christian Mallet.
I mean, the craziest
He was there on
thing-
Tuesday, by the way.
I'll say this. The craziest thing out of that video is what Mustafa's car looks like. Like, that is beyond words. Words can't describe.
They crushed-
Why the fuck does his car look like that? And when I told the chief of police during that board meeting, he said, I don't believe it. That's not the same car. Well, you're looking at it now, chief of police.
We have the file. We have pictures of the
Yeah.
vehicle after the accident.
Do you still believe that's not the same car? That when we told you they chopped his vehicle up after the fact, at the impound, they chopped up his vehicle? We have video of it today. What do you think of that, Chief Newsham?
Robert Drums tells the independent expert the reason the
crazy.
vehicle is chopped up like this is because we were trying to get the ACM, access to the ACM. The ACM,
That little box under the shifter.
under the shifter, you pop the plastic piece
Where the
and you
shifter,
unclip.
the dash never sustained any damage.
Mohammed,
The car was T-boned from the rear.
this is where this is the vehicle.
Oh, hold
Okay.
on, let me pull it up.
All right, so
Go
this
ahead.
is the vehicle. All right, so this is Mustafa's vehicle, right? The ACM is right there. I'm going to circle it. That's where the ACM is.
Well,
All right.
let's zoom in. it's right there specifically.
Exactly.
So you didn't need to chop off all this. You didn't have to damage his car. You didn't have to damage his car the way you did. All you had to do was unclip the plastic piece where the shifter is and take the little box out. That's all you had to do.
Robert Drum tells him the vehicle was caved in.
How is it caved in if it's T-boned from the rear? The car was hit from the rear side. You want to tell me every time somebody is rear-ended or T-boned, you have to change the roof, the front bumper? If the car was rear-ended, you're going to change the front bumper? Does that make sense? I've never seen a car that got rear-ended or T-boned from one side and you have to replace the door on the other side. It just doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to go to the...
If somebody hits your rear quarter panel, you don't have to change the quarter panel on the other side. Or if your rear fender was hit, you don't have to change the front fender on the opposite side. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to go to...
The only thing I can think of is they wanted to muddy up the water. They want to chop up his vehicle so that every time an expert looks at something, they say, oh, we did that. Why is the drive shaft disconnected from the transmission? Oh, we did that because we rolled the dash. Why is the front bumper look like that? Oh, we did that because we had to chop up the bumper to remove something inside the car. It just doesn't make any sense.
This is the vehicle after the accident on the scene.
That is crazy.
Okay? The vehicle is not crushed in. Okay? And you clearly have access to the ACM, which is right there.
I mean, it's right there. It's literally right there.
This is...
It's right there. All you had to do was unclip the plastic piece and take out the little box. You didn't have to chop up the roof. You didn't have to cut into the driver fender. Look at the driver fender. Look how straight that is. The car was never hit on the driver's side. It was hit on the rear passenger side.
This is the vehicle inside the police department. And look at what they're doing to the car.
I mean, look at this. What in the world is going on there? What in the world is going on there? You didn't even cut it. They tore it up. They tore the car up.
They're chopping at the vehicle. And their excuse is we want to get the ACM out. What are you talking about?
I just want to know, what is the purpose of chopping that up? What is the purpose of chopping up the driver fender? Why? Why? Why do you have to cut into the driver fender?
Look how they're cutting at the vehicle.
At the impound. Look at the front fender. Go back.
By the way, this is the car. This is the car inside the police department.
Fender. Look at the fender. Why do you have to cut the fender?
So they towed the car to the police department and they start chopping. This is the vehicle. The ACM is right there, by the way, Mohammed.
Look how straight that car is.
The ACM is right there. Right there. Okay? Specifically right here. Okay? Robert Drum tells the independent expert that the vehicle was so caved in.
Does that look caved in? Look at it.
Okay, now that we watched this, let's go back to the body cam where...
I mean, yeah, show me that car again. Oh, my God. What the fuck is that?
What is that machine that's on a tripod that the independent expert uses to scan the vehicle?
Let me see.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what
There's
you're
a
talking
machine that they use to scan the vehicle, right? Explain to me, how does it make sense that they chop up and stage the vehicle? Well, this is the machine, Mohammed. This is the machine. Are we on? Okay, do me a favor. There you go. Robert Drum. By the way, this is the machine right here. The machine on a tripod. You see that machine right there? Mohammed, you see that machine right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the name to it.
Well, Robert Drum goes into details. And he said they had access to the vehicle for a couple of hours. They scanned the vehicle. My question is, what's the point of the independent expert scanning a vehicle that's crushed and staged? Do you see what I'm talking about?
It's called Faro, F-A-R-O, or Leica. That's what they're called. Leica.
Faro or Leica?
L-E-I-C-A.
Okay.
Leica and Faro.
Okay. So
basically, it's a 3D scan of the vehicle
Okay.
They input all this data in, and then it spits out like the results. It tells you where the car was hit, where it would have like shifted to, moved. All that information would give it to you after scanning the car. But
So-
your point is, what the fuck is the point of scanning a car after you've chopped it up? Like, what is the computer going to read? The missing roof, the missing door, the cut up fender? Like, if I was the machine, I would say this was a front end collision because you chopped up the fender like that. The computer is going to read it. It's going to say this is a front end collision. Like the front of his car hit something. Okay, so they clearly muddied up the water so that anybody looking at this car, the 3D scan is gonna be inaccurate. Whatever results are gonna come out, it's gonna be inaccurate. Okay, and that's why you have to look at the photos prior to them chopping it up.
Exactly.
You have to get those images into the analysis of the accident because they fucked it up. Clearly they cut up the driver fender to make it look like a head-on collision, and so that whatever data you input into this program is going to spit out the wrong fact. It's going to spit out the wrong results. It's going to say this car was hit from the front, okay? And, I wonder what they did to the SUV, by the way.
They wouldn't let him touch the SUV.
And there's a reason why, because if you put that information with the SUV, the computer is going to say, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. This car was T-boned and it has front-end damage. Well, like, how is it both? How is it both? It's physically impossible.
I want to find the part where they say to the independent expert, Robert Drum tells the independent expert that prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you cannot touch the vehicle, defying the judge order to inspect the vehicle and reconstruct.
Defying Weimer's order.
That's so terrifying. Let me find the clip really quick for you. There we go. Do me a favor, go over to exhibits. This is the independent expert. That right there is the independent expert. I paid out of my pocket $5,000, gave it to Casey Stevens, hired an independent expert to show up on scene and reconstruct Mustafa's vehicle accident. So he shows up only to be told he has a judge order to reconstruct this vehicle accident. And investigator Robert Drum tell him, prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you can't touch the vehicle. You can't touch the SUV, the Suburban.
And there's a conflict of interest between Casey Stevens, who took your $50,000, and Robert Drum. Right? Looking at Casey Stevens today, 100% he should have told us that he has a conflict of interest on this case and that he is not able to take this case. He should have said that from the get-go, from the beginning.
And we're going to get into the conflict of interest.
He should have said, I cannot take this case because there's a conflict of interest.
You want to tell me the main investigator on this case
that falsified the report,
that falsified the
that
police
falsified
report,
the warrant,
that we have evidence and gave it to this defense attorney that this investigator falsified the warrant, Mustafa's statement, tampered with witnesses,
gave Casey Stevens a break back in 2016 when he was driving drunk and crashed his car. And now today, if you look up Casey Stevens' name, by the way, I don't know how he did it, but he removed that charge where it says Casey Stevens and Robert Drum. He removed that from the court system.
But you have documentation that is there.
I have it. But imagine if I did not have that copy. If I didn't have that copy today, people would say, what conflict of interest? What are you talking about? By the way, the Bar Association should revoke his bar license for that. 100% conflict of interest. When you tell this lawyer, when you tell Casey Stevens, this officer falsified my brother's statements and I have evidence to it, and he's trying to play it down, he's trying to tell you, what is a complaint going to do? Let it go. Don't talk about it. It's not going to help. It's not going to help your case. Let it go. He keeps telling you to let the complaint go. Don't complain about him. He's protecting the cop that gave him a break on a DUI, on a hit and run, on felonies. He gave him a break.
Not only that, he's telling the officer on the scene, he's telling Robert Drum, this whole thing about defense attorneys against police is all fake. We're all just working together.
So clearly he's working with the investigator, okay? And there's a conflict of interest. And today, when you search up Casey Stevens Casey, Rain, Stevens. Oddly, you don't see the charge anymore. It's like it almost like it disappeared from the record. Okay, you used to be able to look up Casey Stevens, okay, through the court system, and it would come up. Casey Stevens arrested by Robert H. Drum III. Okay, and now it's no longer visible. Nobody can see it. If you search it, it's not there.
Listen to what he tells
But
Robert Drum.
unlucky for him, we have the record.
Mohammed, listen, exactly. You have the record. We're going to go into it. I want to watch this clip because he tells Robert Drum this whole thing about defense attorney and police officer, they're all working together. Mind you, we're giving this defense attorney an audio where this police officer falsified Mustafa's statement.
And $50,000.
And $50,000. Listen.
Casey, you need water?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Casey said not from the enemy.
What?
Casey said nothing from the enemy.
That's Robert Drum talking.
Robert Drum is talking. Oh, Casey said nothing from the enemy. Is downplaying the whole relationship.
You have a beer.
Oh, my.
I got a beer.
Oh,
I'll take a
interesting.
beer.
Interesting statement to bring up that.
To the same police officer that caught you in 2016 with a DUI, fled the scene.
This is like a virtual strong. What is it called?
They're strong. He's strong arming him.
Exactly.
My God, yeah.
It's a virtual strong arming. Casey
That defense
Stevens.
attorney. Yep.
He's basically
Reminded him.
pinching him and letting him know, hey, you want a beer? Like, you want to talk about that? You remember that? How I saved your fucking career?
It's a conflict of interest. The fact that you have debt history and you're sitting on Mustafa's case and taking $50,000
But the fact
from
that
me.
he says it,
Yeah.
you know, the fact that he says something about beer when you're the officer that pulled him over after driving drunk, crashing his car, and fleeing the scene. Like, what the fuck? Just go ahead.
That must be just you. Just you,
Christian, you want something?
Nothing from the enemy. Hurts my feelings, Casey. Some of these defense lawyers think, everybody's a fucking liar and all that sort of shit,
Some of these defense attorneys think every police officer is a liar. Not me. Not you. You're talking about the police officer that we're giving you evidence, an audio recording of the phone call where this investigator, that police officer that you're talking to, that police officer that apparently pulled you
Falsified
over.
your client's
and
statements.
Falsified your Mustafa statements.
Falsified your client's statements, and you're sitting there pretending like it's not real. Basically, he's telling Robert Drum, he's telling him, whatever this family is saying about you, whatever evidence they have, not to worry. I got it covered.
You think that's it?
Let's keep going.
It gets worse. They're conspiring to write Mustafa off as incompetent.
Let's keep going.
How's Moses doing?
I don't think he's doing very well.
How'd that competency thing
Well,
come
no
back?
shit. You
Haven't
beat
gotten
the
it
shit
back
out
yet.
of him.
They're taking forever to get to it. Because I think I filed that a month ago.
Go
They
back a little
finally
bit.
At first,
Go back just like a hair.
because I think I filed that a
Go back
month
some
ago.
more. What is he talking about? Filing
Very
what?
well.
How'd that competency thing come back?
Haven't gotten it back yet. They're taking forever to get to it. Because I think I filed that a month ago. They finally got, at first they were wanting to continue the case so they could get it done. And then, like the same day in the afternoon, they finally got somebody. They didn't have anybody to do it. I think somebody just, bureaucratic, dropped the ball
Think
somewhere
so?
for a little bit. But it's,
So your
my
own
guess is
lawyer-
it's likely to be continued.
So your own lawyer is collaborating with the officer that falsified your warrant, falsified your statement. They're collaborating on how they're going to get this competency test done. After you've beat the shit out of him, you've stripped him naked, you've traumatized this man, okay? You've traumatized him, and then you want to get in and do a competency test.
So, what is a competency test going to accomplish? One,
You mean, why are they even having this conversation? Why are they having this conversation?
you can no longer talk about this officer falsifying your statements.
It's inappropriate to have this
Absolutely.
conversation. It's
Absolutely.
inappropriate.
I mean,
Completely inappropriate.
this is what happened to Mustafa inside the jail. This is a body cam, a CCTV video where correctional officer go into Mustafa's cell. 6 giant correctional officer pull Mustafa unconscious into another cell, beat him, abuse him, and deny him medical. Stripped him naked. Took pictures of Mustafa.
Imagine being stripped naked, beaten to the point where you've died, and then you came back to life, and they're taking pictures of you. And then your own lawyer is conspiring with the investigator that lied, and they're both trying to get you to be tested mentally to say, oh, you're crazy, you're incompetent. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna mute the music.
You have 6 giant correctional officers that enter Mustafa's cell. When we're telling the defense attorney we're gonna go public that this investigator have falsified Mustafa's statements, we wake up to a reality where 6 giant correctional officers enter Mustafa's cell only to drag Mustafa, an unconscious, half-naked Mustafa, and you can clearly see.
And I will say, the lawyer that released that video,
Mustafa's limped over. Oh yeah, the lawyer. Mustafa's limped over.
Let me just say this: the lawyer that released that video, Judge Weimer, made her sign up for mental classes. That she's mentally ill or she has some mental problem.
She's crazy.
They
made her say that she's crazy because she sued.
Because she released.
This jail,
she released that video.
She released this video.
So if you talk about what they've done to you, they have to do a mental competency test to make you
They'll
crazy.
give you an ultimatum. Either we go after your bar license or you admit that you are crazy. And that's what she did. She admitted that she's crazy.
Mustafa talked about
So you want to tell me a lawyer that's been practicing law for 20 years, she sues for Mustafa, releases the video where they beat and abuse Mustafa, and next thing you know, they're strong-arming her into either we go after your bar license or you admit that you're crazy.
And by the way,
we want you to go after the brother.
That's not just your words. We have the transcript.
Oh my God, the transcript.
We're gonna get to it on another day.
On another podcast, we're gonna go through the details. I got my hand.
So when you talk about what they did to you, I mean, you're looking at it right there. By the way, this is like, it's crazy. When he was taken to another cell.
He's limped over.
When he was taken to another cell.
He's being carried. His feet is barely touching the ground.
He was stripped naked. Okay? He was stripped naked.
Absolutely. If you talk about it, if Mustafa was telling his defense attorney, they beat me inside the jail. They took me from one cell into another cell, stripped me completely naked, told me that they were gonna kill me if I asked for medical. And then what did they do what is Casey Stephen, the defense attorney?
He wants to write him off as incompetent.
Write Mustafa as incompetent. They're conspiring. Him and the officer that falsified his statement are talking about how are we going to get Mustafa written off as incompetent.
By the way, that picture, you see that bruising? That is 2 weeks. 2 weeks after that beating. Now, Casey Stevens saw him 2 days after the beating. Imagine what that arm looked like when Casey Stevens went to physically see him. Okay? Let me put the picture up. Look at his head. This is 2 weeks after. 2 weeks. Casey Stevens saw him 2 days after, and he wants to tell everybody that he's imagining.
They want to write Mustafa.
You're imagining your head being like a mountain. You're imagining your head looking like too. And I'll say, you know, for the FBI, Lindsay Coulter and Samantha Adams, for them to lie to us the way they did, telling us that the video did
I have
not
the
exist.
internal notes, the communication between the FBI, Lindsay Coulter, Special Agent Lindsay Coulter, and Josh Huckle, Supervisor, Special Agent Josh Huckle, and the jail. And what they're telling the jail, the internal communication. There's a time and place for everything. And they're covering up for the jail.
Look,
they're covering up what they've done to Mustafa. Mustafa has to be written off as incompetent. The lawyer that releases this video is now being written off as crazy. And they gave her an ultimatum. You say that you're crazy, and you go after the brother. She's filing an injunction against me in Warren County. And they're hoping, they think that they can shut this down.
I'm starting to think
By the way, buckle up. I'm going to take you on a roller coaster that you've never been on before. I promise you, by the time I'm done with everybody, we're going to get to the bottom of what goes on in Prince William County.
I'm starting to think if
And
Casey
there's no
Stevens-
way that you can shut me down. I've got so many different can of worms. I cannot wait for the 24th. It's going to be a beautiful injunction.
Beautiful.
You saw what I did to you, Elaine Jarvis, and the injunction when I had court with you. I put you on the stand for 5 hours. I kept on knocking at you with questions until you cracked in front of the judge like a piñata. We're going to have...
Like Sonic the Hedgehog?
Like Sonic the Hedgehog. When all the rings just comes out. Even the judge is impressed. He's like, oh my God, so many rings. Okay? And then she comes here and she admits that she's crazy. So wait a minute. Let me get the optics here. You file an injunction against me.
Why did she hire a lawyer if she was going to admit to...
Guess which lawyer she hired?
Took a plea deal.
She hired the same lawyer that sent us Casey Stevens.
Casey Stevens' best buddy.
Best buddy. The one that told us, I'm going to send you a lawyer. Oh, you sent us the lawyer that's friends with the with Robert Drum?
Lawyer.
I mean, I cannot wait for court.
I want to say if Casey Stevens...
a crazy lady is after me.
If Casey Stevens had
a
talked
crazy lawyer?
about,
Are you telling me that a crazy lawyer is after me?
If Casey Stevens had talked about Mustafa's beating, I think he would have been in the stretcher instead of Elaine Jarvis.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think if Lindsay Coulter or Samantha Adams or Josh Huckle had showed us that video, who knows? Maybe Prince William County would have put them in a stretcher.
Brad Haywood came out that courtroom on Tuesday, and he was fucking angry. He said, I am so angry that the prosecutors are telling me that I am placating to your podcast, that I am doing what you want in this case. I mean, here's a good question.
You're saying common sense.
I'm the power of attorney in Mustafa Al-Jazari case. And for Mustafa, I'm a power of attorney. You're a power of attorney. Why would Mustafa's defense attorney not do what we want him to do? That's Mustafa's defense attorney.
Look.
And what we're saying here
it's common sense.
Common sense. It's the most basic thing you can ask for.
If you ask the public,
we get the SD card inspected? Can we get the vehicle reconstructed? And I find it really interesting that now there's a motion that's moving forward to inspect the SD card. Now the prosecutor, our hairy Persian princess, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, wants to inspect the SD card too. What are we talking about?
Exactly. If this is a joke,
I mean, you're telling Brad Haywood he's placating to my podcast, but then you're doing the same thing.
So is she placating to your podcast too?
Apparently, now that the judge is angry and he's waking up to a reality that, hey, I'm exposing this county. There's nothing I can do to protect this police department, this prosecutor. The fucking file is all over the internet. I got to come out and pretend that, hey, I'm an impartial judge. And then he turns around and he says, I want to seal it from the family. What the fuck are we talking about?
Look, if you told the community, there was a car accident. Okay, there was a car accident, and one of the drivers had a dash cam with the audio capability turned on. What do you think? I don't want to say 99.999%. I want to say, what is 150% of people going to ask? What would be the next comment?
Did you get the car inspected?
The next common sense question. The next common sense question is, Where's the dash cam footage? And did you have the accident reconstructed? And we're looking at a case where 2.5 years later, the prosecutor wants to talk about everything but
reconstructing the car.
everything but the dash camera and the car being re-inspected.
Let me play the section for you. Let me play the section for you. It's gonna blow your mind out of this county.
It's common sense.
Listen.
It's common sense.
Listen to this.
Oh, let me fix the audio.
This is the independent experts.
Go ahead.
Is asking the investigator Robert Drum, can I take the wheel off so I can look at the brake? Can I, he wants to reconstruct this car.
And they want to talk about...
Nope. Sarah Sammy said, you can't touch the vehicle. Can I touch the SUV, the Suburban?
Why not?
He says, no, prosecutor.
Why not, though?
Why not?
Why not?
I mean, let's listen to you.
Because they say they don't want anything...
Because they're going to find that this is a vehicle accident.
But what's their excuse? They don't want it manipulated, right?
What are you talking about? They've crushed and staged the vehicle.
I know.
Look at the car. Where is the fucking roof? This vehicle is crumbled, crushed in.
Where's the rest of the car? Where
is the rest of the car?
But they say that they don't want it manipulated, right? So what were they doing? What were they doing inside that inspection booth?
What is this? Like a born again virgin? Your body count is your body count is 20, and you're telling me you're born again a fucking virgin.
Do you have the video?
They fucked the pooch. They took the car, they chopped it up, staged it, and he's telling him, I don't want you to touch the car because it's gonna compromise. They don't want it to.
Do you have the video?
I'm gonna play it. Go over.
Not this one. Not this one.
Which one?
In their inspection booth. When they say there's brake failure.
Yeah.
Do you have it real quick?
I have it. Yeah.
Let me see it.
Wait. Okay. We'll come back to this one.
Yeah.
You want to play that one real quick?
I want to see it real quick before this.
Okay. So this is okay. I'll come back to this. When he says brake did not engage.
Just him taking the tire off.
Oh yeah, this one.
Okay. Let's take a look.
This is the police mechanic.
Okay. Let's see. What is he doing there?
He's taking the tire off. And
wait, look. Oh, he just... I thought they said they don't want the car manipulated.
So why would they not let the independent experts...
You want the calipers removed?
He's going to press the brake. He's going to turn the tire.
It's okay for them.
And they're going to find brake failure.
It's okay for them to take the tire off, chop up the vehicle, fuck around with it. So go back to the other one now.
By the way, here they find brake failure. He hits the brake and the tire keeps moving.
Brake failure. It's
failure.
Clearly documented in their police report.
So the police mechanic find brake failure. Okay. And here...
Let's go back to this one. Let's listen to what they're saying. Okay, let's just play it.
Are you allowed to pull wheels off?
He said, am I allowed to take the wheels off?
Let's just keep going.
Robert Drum said, and then...
That's your call.
That's the prosecutor, by the way. That's Christian Mallet, the prosecutor. He wasn't there on Tuesday.
Or just call it like one or the other, if I can.
If I may ask what you're looking at.
I'm just looking at the brakes. Okay. That's what I want to look at.
Can we pick it up? Can we pick it up with
The tow bed?
the tow bed?
I'm sure we've got a jack. Huh?
It's not a...
Oh, grab it.
I'm going to tell you something, by the way,
That's
about
Mustafa's defense attorney, Casey Stevens.
I'm going to tell you something, by the way, about this scene.
Okay. That's Rob. That says we've been briefed about Mustafa.
Rob Sermon.
Rob Sermon.
I would say leave the wheel on. Sarah said she doesn't want anything manipulated.
Okay.
I don't
Pause
mind
it
a
right
cat
there. Play some more. Let me see what he says.
coming off looking at something, but taking a wheel off.
You need to get under and look inside. Drum.
Wait, he's going to talk about the SUV.
That, just to lift it up
I don't.
and shock it.
He's comfortable with it.
We're not manipulating.
I don't
This
think-
is all just structural frame, and there's no manipulation.
He's okay with it.
You see how he says, like they're all talking about it like it's a sacred piece of metal that nobody should be manipulating it. They don't want anything touched. They don't want anybody to mess around with everything should be left the way it is. Okay? By the way, this whole thing is an act. It's an act in front of the independent expert so that in his mind, he's thinking, wow, this car came out of the scene looking like this. They don't want me touching the tire. They don't even want me jacking the car up because this thing is so sacred, it should not be touched. We just watched the other video and other photos where they chopped at the roof. They chopped at the driver fender. Okay? He's taking the tire off. It wasn't so sacred then. There was nothing about manipulation or keeping the thing untampered with. You fucked the shit out of this car. And you want to act like in front of this independent expert that this is how the car is. We don't want to touch it. We don't want to touch the tires. We don't want to manipulate anything. And the other guy is like, can we lift it up with the bed? Like lift up the backside so no, we don't even want to. We don't want to touch it. Maybe we should all be in hazmat suits so that nothing is touched. You literally fucked the shit out of this car. And the word fuck is an understatement. You fucked the shit out of this car.
I mean, prosecutor Sarah
And you want to
Sammy-
act like you don't want to manipulate it? You don't want to manipulate it? This is an act, by the way. It's an act that they're all trying to act like this is preserved. Should not be touched.
Absolutely. I mean, this prosecutor,
Bullshit.
prosecutor Sarah Sammy, what is she terrified
It's
that
like,
the independent...
Where's the rest of the car?
You hairy piece of shit. You Persian fucking hairy piece of shit. You have an obligation as a prosecutor to get to the bottom of the fucking truth. For 2.5 years, you have Mustafa sit in solitary confinement. I paid $5,000 out of my hard-earned money, got an independent expert to reconstruct a car accident, only for you to say you cannot touch the vehicle. There's a fucking judge order to inspect this car. And if I didn't have this body cam, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that a prosecutor blocks. What are you so terrified from? Are you terrified that we're going to find that this is a car accident?
That's exactly what it is.
And it gets worse when the officer tells the independent expert, the reason this vehicle is crushed and staged is because we wanted to get the ACM because this vehicle was crushed in.
Oh, bullshit.
We just watched pictures that the vehicle was not crushed in. You had access to the ACM. Why did you crush the vehicle? Why did you stage the vehicle? I mean, Mohammed, do me a favor. Go over to exhibit. Here, investigator Robert Drum, the same one that falsified Mustafa's statement, is telling the independent expert the reason the vehicle looked the way it looks, chopped up, is because we wanted to get the ACM. Bullshit. Listen to what he talks about here.
So a good
Can I take the little tree off?
Absolutely. You're coming to court anyway. So most of it was cut from the fire department for the extrication, and I think we took the other quarter of the roof off.
Get in.
And we pinned the dashboard back to get because it was already crushed.
You see how he says extrication? He's telling the independent expert that they had to cut the roof to extract the people out of the car.
That's not true. The body cam of Andrew Margiotta.
We just saw a picture of the car at the impound.
Exactly.
Are you telling me they towed the car to the impound with people still in it? I don't believe it.
Everybody was already extracted. The body cam.
He's telling him that they cut it because of extrication.
The body cam. Exactly.
And that's what Casey Stevens tells us.
Exactly.
He knows that's not the truth. He knows that. He has these photos. He's got these body cams. But he's covering up for his lying buddy. The guy that saved him out of a DUI. He's a drunk. And somebody covered up for him. Give him a slap on the wrist. Say, hey, 90 days suspended. Keep doing what you're doing. But the next time I need one of your clients, You're going to hand him over in a silver platter. And this guy, Mustafa, we want him. We want him, and you're going to help us do it.
He sued us for $500,000. A Mustafa in this county cannot get away with suing the police. We need to put Mustafa back into his place.
Exactly.
Whatever it takes, we're going to get that guy. We're going to make an example out of that guy. We're going to put Mustafa back into his place. A Mustafa cannot sue the police in this county and think he can get away with it. Listen to what he tells the independent experts. How the vehicle was caved in, and that's why they chopped it up and cut it just to get the ACM. Listen.
Oh, I got it. Is that one? This is the front door, yeah.
Oh, I got to pick it up and pull it that way.
Go this way with it?
Yeah.
I got it. I'll put it right here.
Be careful. You don't want to manipulate it. Be careful with that door. Be careful with it. We don't want to manipulate the evidence.
Dorothy's door and Empress.
I'm
Are you good with that?
surprised-
Yes.
Okay.
Surprised he didn't call her the dead chick. Oh, because everybody's listening.
I want to listen to that one more time. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So a good
Can I take the little tree off?
Absolutely. You're coming to court anyway. So most.
Wait, I want to play it from here.
This one.
Should be center tunnel.
Yeah. So I can get good photos in there. So this. No, I don't want to touch, man.
No.
This.
Oh, be careful.
You'll have to come out so I can get pictures.
Okay.
Center tunnel, and we're going to need to get photos of the pedals, and we'll have y'all.
Okay, we'll take the doors out.
I'm just trying to play by the rules, man.
No, I hear you.
Play by the rules.
What rules?
That you're not going
Yep.
to reconstruct.
Doors come out.
I mean, what a disgrace. What a disgrace to the rule of law. What a disgrace.
So a good
Can I take the little tree off?
Absolutely. You're coming to court anyway. So most of it was cut from the fire department for the extrication, and I think we took the other quarter of the roof off.
Get in.
And we pinned the dashboard back to get, because it was already crushed.
Oh, it was already crushed. He's saying the dash was crushed?
What a fucking lie. I mean, if you didn't have
the photos of the car before,
do me a favor, take it off exhibit.
I mean, what the fuck?
I mean, this is the car.
This
is the car at the scene after the vehicle accident.
You have better photos than that at the impound prior to them cutting it up.
This is before they start cutting at the vehicle.
Look at that. Does that? I mean,
where is it crushed? You have access to the ACM. The ACM.
He made it sound like the car is crushed in. How can the car be even crushed in if it was T-boned?
The ACM is right here. That's where the ACM is.
He's justifying why the car is chopped up like that. He's telling him that the dash was pinned in, that the car was so smashed in that they had to...
Muhammad, the reason they crushed and staged the car is because inside the hospital, when Mustafa wakes up out of a coma, he tells investigator Chad Mason, the same one that cut and muted the dash camera, he tells him, I don't know what happened, but there's something wrong with my car.
And immediately, they get to work chopping up his car. I mean, you look at that car, you're like, where the fuck is the rest of the car? Where is it? Where is the rest of the car? You have images of the car on scene, don't you?
I do. This is...
I mean, there's photos from all sides of this car. You can clearly see where the car was hit.
This is Mustafa inside the hospital.
All right, how about this? Who's with you in the car? Do you remember? So we're kind of confused how the crash happened because according to witnesses, you were going straight and all of a sudden you just made like a hard left turn. You turned from another car.
And that's not true.
That's
not
what
true.
happened exactly.
Making a hard left turn looks like this.
Mustafa ends up in oncoming traffic. He takes the wrong lane. He finds himself in a position where he can't get back into traffic. He ends up in oncoming
By the
traffic.
way, where's his
and
steering
then-
angle?
Where is his steering angle?
Okay, because
Why did they opt out? 2.5 years. They still haven't released the steering angle. They
Mustafa's
left it out
car-
of the PDF.
Chrysler records for 2 seconds prior to an accident your steering angle at all times. It records it. Okay, your speed. It records your gas pedal, your brake pedal. It records a lot of information. Where is his steering angle from the data recorder? Where is it? You say right there, he says, you made a hard left turn. Where is the steering angle to corroborate that?
And then you find that Mustafa made it all the way to the 4th lane. He cleared every vehicle. At one point, Mustafa takes the wrong lane. He finds himself in a position where he can't get back into traffic. He hits the brake. The brake doesn't work. The police mechanic inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. The brake doesn't work. You end up in oncoming traffic. What did Mustafa do when he ended up in oncoming traffic? He avoided every vehicle, made it all the way to the 4th lane, and the SUV turned into Mustafa.
Like, why are we sitting here 2.5 years later?
And that could be
asking the most basic of questions. Why are we sitting here 2.5
because
years later?
prosecutor Sarah Sammy told the independent expert not to reconstruct the car. What did Robert Drum say? Prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you cannot touch Mustafa's car. You cannot touch the SUV, the Suburban. Defying a judge order. And Judge Carrol Weimer wants to tell this community that he's been impartial in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case.
And he wants to seal any future findings. He wants to ensure.
Why are you sealing the dash camera? Why are you sealing the dash camera when the metadata is going to come out?
You know why?
I mean,
I'll tell you why.
From the family. He says from the family.
Because
he wants to be put in the protective order.
Look, because you have a podcast that has established a baseline of facts and misinformation that was put out by the prosecutor. And you have that obviously on record. You have videos, you have evidence, you have their documents.
I have the fucking file. I have their documents.
You have their file. So think about it like this.
I have my hands up their asshole coming out of their mouth and I'm literally moving their lips for them.
Okay, so any new information that comes out, any new information by the experts that's going to come out, it's going to 100% contradict what the baseline that you've already established.
Well, here's what I'm telling this county. I already got my hand on the file. And if you think that I can't get my hand on other file, think again. Take a hard look and understand what you're dealing with.
I mean,
I promise you, I'm going to get to the bottom of what you do behind closed doors and the Mustafa Al-Jazari case and other cases in this county.
Look,
I promise you, by the time I'm done with you, you're going to end up in jail. You're going to be held accountable. Mustafa has been held in solitary confinement for 2.5 years. Over what? This man lost his family in a car accident. Every detail showed that this is a car accident. You're going to take him, falsify his case, crush and stage his car, refuse to reconstruct the car accident, the vehicle,
and
refuse to release his dash camera, cut and mute his dash camera, weaponize the children.
Abuse the children.
I mean, and you think that you're going to seal this file and no one is going to find out, that you're going to write Mustafa off as incompetent, put him in solitary confinement, deny him a bond so that this community doesn't see or hear from Mustafa. You know how terrifying this is?
The community is asking questions.
I mean, right here in your fucking backyard, this is happening. This is not happening in China. It's not happening in Russia.
Look,
it's happening right here in your backyard.
Look,
and God help you if this county can get away with doing this to Mustafa. You're next.
Look, there are patriotic
You are next.
people. There are patriotic
You're living
people.
in a terrifying county.
Amar, there are patriotic people within the department that will not stand for this shit. They're not going to stand for
How do you think I have the
lying.
fucking file?
Okay.
How do you think I have the Mustafa Al-Jazari file? How do you think I have the other files? You don't think I'm going to get access into what you hide behind closed doors? Just be careful what you say on body cam. That's all I got to tell you. On that note, we're going to take a short break.
What you wish for.
Be careful what you wish for.
I mean, look, I'll tell you. Before we take a break, I just want to say that 99% of police officers are good people.
Absolutely. I just ran into a police officer that was going into the county jail.
This is not about. Look.
And you know, I'll tell you.
Let me just say, this is not about Mustafa against the law, Mustafa against the justice system. This is not a man against like all.
Majority of police that are listening and tuning in to what's happening here are rooting for you. They're on your side. They want this not to exist in this county. The majority of police put their life on the line every single day serving this community. But you got a piece of shit as a chief of police Peter Newsham, that allows certain police officer to get away with police misconduct. You've got a shitty Commonwealth attorney, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, that will seal off body cams and documents when she has officers engaged in police misconduct. That's what you have here. The leadership
but
allows
police officers
corruption
in this county and others are not okay with what's going on.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, this is not about Mustafa against the justice system, Mustafa against the police department. This is one officer like Chad Mason, one officer like Robert Drum, one officer like Rob Davis. This is a clique. This is a gang within the police department.
A unit that's been doing this for a long time.
That's operating on their own. This is a rogue individual, okay, that is targeting a man. And they think by sealing off the information, they're going to get away with it. I'll tell you what police are saying behind the scenes. I get a lot of officers that tell me, your brother is doing a phenomenal job. Keep up the good work. You guys are doing great. Fight them. These people should be in prison. Okay? They do not represent us in the force. They don't. Okay? And a lot of officers, I'll tell you, they give me the thumbs up. When they see me, they give me a thumbs up. They say, keep doing what you're doing. You're fighting for the truth. You're fighting for justice. And I'll tell you, the same justice system is going to prosecute these officers. The same justice system, the same laws. The laws are already on the books. And these officers are violating the law. When you tamper with evidence, you're violating the law. When you crush and stage this man's vehicle, you're violating the law. When you defy a judge's order, you're violating the law. When you don't execute a warrant the way it was signed off by a judge, you're violating the law.
I'll promise you, that's going to be in Brad
What's the
Haywood
consequence for violating
motion.
the law?
Brad Haywood is filing
You go to jail.
Brad Haywood is filing a Brady motion. And now that the body cams are all out in the open, this community is watching. And we're going to get to the bottom.
We're not recreating the wheel here.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
We're simply saying these officers lied and falsified and tampered, okay? And we're exposing it. We have hard evidence. Your own body cam proves you violated the law, and therefore you should be held accountable. Whether it's Chief Newsham, whether it's Amy Ashworth, if you're not going to do your job, there's always somebody above you who will not tolerate this type of misbehavior, this type of manipulation, and this type of fuckery into the justice system. You're taking the justice system and you're fucking around with it. And I guarantee you, when you get caught, you're going to do the time for your crime, okay? And I'll tell you, America will not tolerate what Robert Drum is doing. You could be the fucking president. You're going to get a mugshot. You're going to be ran through the justice system. And just like these videos show you violated the law, you're going to pay for your crime. By law, the same justice system is going to hold you accountable. You could be the president. You could be a senator. You've seen senators that take bribes. They go to prison. Okay? If you violate the law, I mean, that's what makes America out of all the countries in the world. Because America has the rule of law. That's the one thing.
If you're willing to fight.
America, look, the law does not discriminate whether you're an officer, whether your name is Robert Drum, your dad worked in the force, your grandfather was in the force, your whole generation was in the force. America does not discriminate. Okay? You could be whoever you want to be. But if you violate the law, I promise you, you're going to do time for it.
and they want to intimidate you to staying quiet, to not talk. They tell you do not talk. What I'll tell you,
I mean, isn't that what they're afraid of? Isn't that what Elaine came after you for? For talking?
Absolutely.
Isn't that what Glenn Hill?
You already
arrested
put
you
me in
for?
handcuffs.
For talking.
Glenn Hill, Sheriff Glenn Hill, you already put me in handcuffs.
Isn't that why they redrew the parking lot? For talking.
You took the company that I had. You took all the money that I had. There's nothing that you could do to stop me from talking. I have your files. I've got my hands in the server, in the police department server, and I'm actively pulling files of police misconduct, and it's no longer my word against the police department. I've got your files, and I'm releasing them.
Isn't that why Sarah Sammy's growing a beard?
Absolutely.
Because you're talking?
Sarah Sammy, do you still sleep at night, ma'am? How do you sleep at night?
With a beard.
How did we get here?
With a beard.
That's a good question. How did we get here?
Let's start a campaign. Let's start a campaign for donations into
buying razors for
no, not
the
razors.
prosecutors.
Let's get her some good wax, okay? But we have to know if she prefers the bowl or the strips. You know that bowl with the heater? It has the heater and the bowl.
We have a platform.
And it
You can
comes in
always
like,
reach out to us.
Comes in pellets, right?
And we'll definitely get.
Do you prefer the pellets or do you prefer
we'll definitely get
the strip? Or do you prefer the clipper or the razor? Which
we'll rally this community behind
when we find out, we can start a campaign.
making this prosecutor great again. I mean, because she definitely did not look great at all. Okay? I mean, you still have that picture?
I mean, she says she's scared, right, for her life.
That I laughed. Brad Haywood comes out and he tells me that this prosecutor is telling Judge Weimer that she needs armed security.
From what?
Brad Haywood is so upset. He said, if you can't do your job and you're asking for armed security,
you're in the
wrong career. You're in the wrong case.
Go flip burgers.
I mean, and you know what I find really funny? And I told Brad Haywood, I said, Brad, we just came out of a motion on Tuesday, and this hairy little princess Persian hairy monster is rubbing shoulder with me. She comes out of the court, and she's literally like shoulder to shoulder, and she comes out with no problem. She didn't need armed security on Tuesday, so why is she gaslighting Judge Weimer and telling him, oh, I'm so terrified, I need armed security?
She wants to create a label. She wants to create a label on the Al-Jazaris. She wants to create a label so that, oh, these people are dangerous. We've been here at this parking, on this grass for, what, 8 months is what we protested? Around 8 months?
I mean, if that's what she's telling Judge Weimer,
we never had an incident.
No wonder Sheriff Glenn Hill is walking around like, he's already 70 years old. And I kid you not, every time I see him, I mean, what information are you giving Sheriff Glenn Hill
that he has to wear double diapers?
He's leaking everywhere. I mean, by the way, you're a little bit too harsh on Sheriff Glenn Hill. I keep telling you, okay, listen, you're too harsh on Sheriff Glenn Hill.
He has to get extra padding because he's wearing.
You have to take it easy on Sheriff Glenn Hill. By the way, you have to
he's
learn.
Soiling himself a little too often.
I'm telling you.
Based on the information she's giving him.
I'm telling you, they're feeding Sheriff Glenn Hill a specific kind of information. I mean, if this is what she's telling Judge Weimer, I wonder what she's telling Sheriff Glenn Hill. And
she told the courts that I purchased an AR rifle and 1,000 rounds, and that she needs special protection from the Al-Jazaris because the brother bought a rifle and 1,000 rounds.
I mean,
where did you get that information from? And according to Blake Weiner, she retracted her statement.
I get put in handcuffs when I'm literally on public property recording a fucking video.
Holding a bed sheet that
holding a bed sheet, talking about Amy Ashworth, talking about my brother, literally recording a video, literally not even 10 minutes in, I get put in handcuffs. Sheriff Glenn Hill came out with 8 deputies.
Clearly.
I mean, what information are you giving this sheriff that he ended up putting me in handcuffs while I'm fucking recording a video on public property?
They're terrified from your voice. Your voice terrifies them.
The point that I'm trying to make.
So they have to create a label that he's dangerous so that they can write you off. He's dangerous.
They're telling this
he's
crazy...
incompetent.
They're telling this crazy, senile, 7-year-old sheriff a bunch of crazy stories. And to be honest with you, no wonder you're trespassed.
I mean, no wonder I'm trespassing. Obviously, I remember when I used to go into court.
I'll tell you what's really funny.
When I used to go into court, look, when I used to go into court, I hear the deputies like walking behind me, and I'm thinking like, why are they so close up behind me? And then he's like, hey, he just took a right. He just went down the hall. He's going into the courtroom. He's going into the courtroom. He's wearing a blue shirt. I swear to God, I'm not lying to you. I'm walking down the hall, and all I hear is, he took a right. He's wearing a blue shirt, black tie. He's going into the courtroom.
What do you mean? On Tuesday, Sarah
What are you so afraid of? Are you afraid of my notepad and my pen? Oh, that's what you're afraid of. So how do we get rid of the guy with the notepad? Let's label him dangerous. Let's say he bought 1,000 rounds. He bought an AR rifle, and that we're all in fear for our life. That's how they shut you down. They put a label on you to say you're dangerous, and now you're no longer allowed into a public courtroom.
Well, we're going to get to the bottom of why you're trespassed. And I promise you,
not only are we getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah. We're going to get you on trespass.
I'm suing the sheriff for violating my rights, my constitutional rights.
You have hard evidence.
My God-given rights.
You have hard evidence that you should not be trespassed. And they think they can just get away with trespassing you. Why? Because you get to hear what goes on between in the courtroom of Judge Weimer.
They're scared of our voice. It's very obvious. I mean, we're here talking peacefully, exposing. And by the way, we're not saying anything special. We're simply repeating what this hairy monster has been saying inside the courtroom. We simply repeated what this blonde said on the stand. Chad Mason. Yeah. That's all I'm repeating. I'm repeating what the blonde said. Chadwick. Okay. Chadwick. I'm repeating what Robert Drum and Kathy Zymas said on the stand.
The Irishman.
That's all I'm repeating.
Chad, the Irishman.
And to them,
he's Irish. He doesn't care about department policy.
To them,
he's Irish. He's loyalty.
Scared. Amar, they're scared.
Department policy? What department policy? You know, Chad goes to being Irish, and I kid you not, behind closed doors, he probably speaks with a Irish accent. I can hear him tell his wife, they're trying to crack down on me with the department policy. What department policy? I am Irish. We are loyalties here. And then Chad Mason comes out as a leprechaun with a tail. He has a tail.
Look, man. Look.
Behind closed.
Look, bottom line is, they're in fear. They're terrified from your voice, from these notes. And the notes are simply relaying what they're saying behind closed doors to the community. And that terrifies them.
And by the way, I drove all the way to Pennsylvania. I live in Stafford. We're here in Prince William County. I live in Stafford, which is just about 30 minutes from here. Pennsylvania is like an hour away from here. And I kid you not, I'm running into people. I'm giving them the YouTube channel. They're like, "Oh, we're already following you."
Spotsylvania.
Spotsylvania. Yeah, Spotsylvania. They're like, "We're already following your channel. You're the guy that does podcasts in front of the courthouse."
Spotsylvania.
All the way in Spotsylvania. I mean, if I'm randomly running
Ladysmith area.
If I'm randomly running into people when I'm talking to them about my platform and they already followed Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, you have a lot to worry about, ma'am. Judge Carrol Weimer, you have a lot to worry about. By the way, those body cams, those files are already decimated all over the internet. I can shut down this channel, start another channel, and I can still fucking talk. And I'm going to keep talking. And your jail does not fucking scare me. I don't have money. I don't have any property. You already took that away from me. I have nothing to lose. I'm going to keep talking whether you fucking like it or not. Your lawsuit is not going to affect me in any shape. I mean, what are you going to sue? What money are you going to take from me? Come after me, motherfuckers. I promise you, by the time I'm done with you, you're going to end up in jail.
On that note,
I love everybody. We're going to take a good 10-minute break, and Don't forget to share the podcast
I
when we
said
come
this
back.
earlier. When we come back, we're gonna get into what Casey Stevens is doing and how he's trying to avoid accountability.
Absolutely.
Okay.
On that note, this is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Judge Carrol Weimer, you're under my microscope. Don't forget to share the podcast. Hit the like button. You can support our podcast by directly donating into the channel, or you can directly Cash App. Our Cash App handle is Not Boring Pod. We'll be back. Not
Boring Pod.
easy to remember, right?
NOT
NOT.
BORINGPOD. Not Boring Pod. Donate. Get the word out. Let's hold these clowns accountable.
We're absolutely going to hold these clowns accountable. This is not another boring podcast. We will be back.
2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck you on the other side. Where the fuck that guy goes? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge in the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck you on the other side. Where the fuck that guy goes? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge in the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. 2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side. What the fuck that guy do? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge in the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side. What the fuck that guy do? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. 2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him and follow him.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side. What the fuck that guy doing? Follow him and follow him.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. 2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck you on the other side, what the fuck that guy do? Follow him and get down.
And again, free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck you on the other side, what the fuck that guy do? Follow him and get down.
And again, free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side. Whatever the fuck that guy do, follow him and get
We scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side. Whatever the fuck that guy do, follow him and get
We scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side. Where the fuck that guy goes? Follow him and follow him.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side. Where the fuck that guy goes? Follow him and follow him.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police in the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. 2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa from the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky, now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck you on the other side, what the fuck that guy doing? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police in the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa from the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky, now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck you on the other side, what the fuck that guy doing? Follow him and get down.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows.
We're back.
All right, we are back. I want to talk about Casey Stevens, cover Casey Stevens, and then dive into the dash camera. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police. Body cams, Judge Carrol Weimer, you're under the microscope. Muhammad, Casey Stevens, and what is the one thing they're not talking about in this dash camera? The one thing that they've been avoiding for 2.5 years. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, and Robert Drum on a body cam. I mean, Robert Drum has the independent experts in the yards, and he's telling him about what's on dash camera. He's lying to him about the content and what happened on the dash camera. And the one thing that he doesn't talk about.
Oh, perfect timing.
The one thing that he doesn't talk about is that Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth a cigarette.
Exactly.
I mean, the Commonwealth attorney, Amy Ashworth, sealed this dash camera for a reason. This community is not watching the dash camera, is not being released, the dash camera, for a reason. When this community finds out, I mean, the Commonwealth, Amy Ashworth, is telling this community that Mustafa and Dorothy are arguing inside the vehicle. Well, hold on. What if I give you a dash camera inside the vehicle that you're going to see that Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth a cigarette, not once, not twice, 6 times. And you want to tell me that they're arguing? No wonder Prosecutor Sarah Sammy sealed this dash camera. Mm-hmm. And can we jump into the dash camera, or do you want to talk about Casey Stevens?
Let's go into the dash cam.
All right. So, Prosecutor Sarah Sammy is telling Judge Weimer, by the way, it's a failed effort on her part. She attempted to do this, but she miserably failed. What she wanted to do is conditionally enter the dash camera. Muhammad, conditionally enter a dash camera means that the jury is not going to see the full dash camera. That the prosecutor is going to select a couple of seconds.
Well, she's already selected the ones she put out on MSNBC with Julie Carey.
Exactly.
That's the ones that she wants to show the jury. She wants to take them out of context. She wants to say they were arguing. She wants to play 4 seconds, a random 4 seconds while they're at a light. And she wants to say, I have a expert lip reader, Bruce Safinsky, out of Richmond, Virginia. He's going to come in and tell this jury that Dorothy says, I want to get out of the car. And she's going to play 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Okay, now when you look at this dash cam, you look 2 minutes prior and 2 minutes ahead of this 4 second clip. What you find is that they're sitting at a stoplight. they're still passing back and forth a cigarette within that time frame. Okay? Yet, Sarah Sammy wants to take all that away, and she wants to take the 4 seconds and tell this jury, Dorothy is saying, I want to get out of the car. But you look at that 1 minute after this 4-second clip, and what you see is they're sitting at a light. There's a car ahead of Mustafa. There's a car behind him. There's a car to his right. There's a car to his left. He's boxed in. Okay? If Dorothy was saying, I want to get out of the car, don't you think you would see movement of someone reaching for the door handle, reaching for his keys, reaching for the shifter?
Wait a minute. Are you telling
hitting
me
him, like movement to indicate someone is arguing, someone in a panic?
So, wait a minute.
But that's not
the
what you
lip
see.
reader is telling us that Dorothy said, I want to get out of the car?
That's what Bruce Safinsky put in to testify, that he was going to testify to.
But wait a minute. If you rewind this dash camera, literally 30 seconds, you're going to see...
She's giving him a cigarette.
If you fast forward this dash camera, forward 30 seconds...
He's giving her a cigarette.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're telling me that prosecutor Sarah Sammy wants to conditionally enter the dash camera. So basically, the jury is not going to see where they're passing back and forth a cigarette. Brings in a specific clip in between Mustafa and Dorsey passing cigarette. And then put this expert on the stand and says, I am an expert. I'm a lip reader. Dorothy says, I want to get out of the car. But wait a minute. But if you watch the full dash camera, you're going to see there is no way that Dorsey said, I want to get out of the car, because they're literally passing a cigarette back and forth 6 times.
Exactly.
The only way you can get away with it is if you conditionally enter the dash camera.
Take it out of context.
Take it out of context.
And not show the jury the whole story.
But wait a minute. I thought prosecutor Sarah Sammy and Commonwealth Amy Ashworth is telling this community that they're arguing inside the vehicle.
I mean, I find it interesting that her lip reader is not lip reading an argument. He doesn't go in and say that Mustafa says this, Dorothy says that. No, he doesn't say that. He doesn't say any of that.
You know how terrifying this is? You've been telling this community that Mustafa is arguing with Dorsey inside the vehicle, and now the lip reader that you got as a prosecutor is not lip reading an argument.
And if that's the case, why is Sarah Sammy on Tuesday, this past Tuesday, why is she saying she wants to bring in her IT expert to extract videos from the dash camera? I thought your side was already settled on Bruce Safinsky, the lip reader. I thought that was your stance.
I thought your position that this dash camera doesn't have an audio.
Exactly. This is your stand. This is your position. Now, all of a sudden, after 2.5 years of Mustafa fighting to get the videos off of his dash camera, now that he has a motion passed by the judge to Carrol Weimer, Judge Carrol Weimer, to his credit, he granted the motion to have this SD card and dash camera inspected by IT expert. Now the prosecutor wants to come in and say, I'm bringing my own IT experts to also extract videos. You're telling us that you no longer have confidence in the 4 entities that has had the dash camera for the past 2.5 years. You're no longer confident in your lip reader, Bruce Safinsky. You're no longer satisfied with your side as to what you've been alleging for the past 2.5 years. Now you want to bring in your lip readers and you want to say, we also want this footage. Why didn't you ask for this footage when Kathy Zimas put in her report on April 24th, 2023, almost 2 years ago, when she said there is audio to this dash camera, there's more footage to this dash camera, and that the dash cam is fully functional. There's nothing wrong with it. Why didn't you ask for that back then? Yeah.
Well, the optics here.
Something that should have been done almost 2 years ago. But you've had a man sitting behind bars for 2.5 years, and you never said, I want the videos off of this dash cam until today.
Because today, the defense attorney, Brad Haywood.
A brave man, by the way. A brave man.
Absolutely.
Because you saw what they do to lawyers when they question the narrative.
they're gonna strong arm them. Either we go after your bar license or you admit that you're crazy.
Exactly.
And that's what Elaine Jarvis did. I mean, Elaine Jarvis was Mustafa's civil rights attorney. She released a video and she said they beat up my client, abused him, denied him medical. You falsified his case.
To Mr. Haywood's credit,
yeah,
what a brave man. I'll say that. What a brave man.
And now that Brad Haywood,
that he put his motion in and he did not come out in a stretcher. What a brave man.
And absolutely. And now the prosecutor is backed against the wall. The only option that she has now, she wants to say, I have an independent expert too. I want to look at the data. I want to look at the SD card, because what she wants to do is throw the police department under the bus and says, well, she
wants an exit ramp.
She
wants an exit
She
ramp.
knows the audio is coming out. There's no argument in this dash camera. There is no argument inside the vehicle. And she wants to say, well, my police officers lied and falsified and cut and muted this dash camera. I had no idea. Well, today we have an audio.
By the way, it's common sense to say, I'm bringing in an IT expert to examine this dash camera. It's common sense. It's common sense. When the officer himself says, I tampered with the dash camera, when you have Robert Drum checking out the dash cam from evidence on April 19th, and it's not until the 24th of April that Kathy Zymus, who should have had custody of this dash cam from day one to make a mirror image copy of the file so that nobody tampers with it, nobody manipulates it, but it's too late by then, because Chad Mason, the blonde, and Robert Drum, the crooked liar, have already had their hands in the cookie jar. And now you want to bring in Zymus after they've already ate all the cookies. Kathy Zymus wants to come in and she says, I want to preserve these crumbs so that nobody touches it. You look over at Robert Drum, you look over at Chad Mason, and you see chocolate chips all around their mouth and crumbs all over their T-shirt. And Kathy Zymus is saying, let's preserve this jar. Let's make sure nobody's touching these cookies.
And for 2.5 years...
And you're looking at the jar, there's no cookies in it.
And for 2.5 years, the Judge Carrol Weimer, the impartial judge, who's supposed to be impartial, is looking at these crumbs all over Chad Mason's mouth, all over Chad Mason's fingertips, and he's not saying... I mean, Chad Mason got on the stand and told Judge Weimer that I took the dash camera, that I
ate these cookies.
I mean, come on now.
He says, I ate these cookies.
You know, I wonder why, now that this channel is going viral, that the body cam of Chad Mason, body cam where he says, the wire is cut.
Judge Weimer is coming in saying, let's bake some new cookies.
Now, all of a sudden, the motion is moving forward. I mean, this channel, the community is tuning in. They're watching Chad Mason admit that
it's amazing that an officer can admit
the dash camera.
Admit to tampering with evidence.
Absolutely.
It's crazy that an officer can take the stand and admit to tampering with evidence, and the chief of police is not doing anything about it.
You know, I'll tell you, this community was already asking question. Where is the audio? Why is this dash camera is cut before impact? Why are there 17 frames missing from inside the vehicle? And then Chad Mason comes out, these body cams comes out, and he says, I cut the wire. The wire is cut. I cut the... And then he gets on the stand and he tells Judge Weimer that I violated department policy. I took the dash camera back to my car. I'm the one that uploaded the dash camera. And
where's Sean Shelton?
Got
when you need
a warrant 2 days later. Violated this department policy. Violated the chain of custody. You're telling me an officer violated the chain of custody. And now we have... a dash camera that's has no audio and is cut before impact. And for 2.5 years, you didn't think it was a good idea as a prosecutor to inspect the SD card that your digital forensic, Kathy Zymus, is telling you it has audio.
I mean, that's...
Instead, you go get a lip reader, and then you want to conditionally enter the dash camera so the jury doesn't see the full dash camera. So you're talking about a situation, not only that the community doesn't see the dash camera, now the jury doesn't see the dash camera. That's what you wanted. It's a failed effort on her part. And what is the one thing that they're terrified that this community and the jury is going to see? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Mustafa and Dorsey are passing back and forth a cigarette.
Exactly.
Do me a favor. Go over to exhibit.
The jury is going to ask, if you're alleging this guy is arguing Why is she giving him a cigarette? Why is he giving her back the cigarette? Why is she giving it to him again? 6 times they're passing back and forth the cigarette. And you want to tell us that they're arguing?
That's crazy. That is. I mean, at one point when Mustafa.
Now it makes sense why she's trying to seal off this dash camera. Now it makes sense why she doesn't want the jury to see the full dash camera, because they're passing back and forth a cigarette. I wonder if your lip reader can lip read a cigarette being passed back and forth.
I mean, at one point. I mean, at one point when Mustafa passes a cigarette to Dorothy, the way Dorothy takes a cigarette, she feels Mustafa's fingers.
Exactly.
As she takes a cigarette. I mean, it shows how much Dorothy loves Mustafa.
If you're arguing, like, even if you're arguing and you're passing back and forth, give me that pen. Like, this is how you would take a cigarette from somebody if you're arguing with them. Okay.
So I'm gonna smoke a cigarette.
Okay. If I'm arguing with you, I'm gonna say, "Give me that shit."
Exactly.
I'm gonna smoke it, and I'm gonna say, "Here."
Not feel Mustafa's fingers.
But if she's taking it like, "Thanks, honey,"
that is crazy.
You know, and the prosecutor wants to seal that footage.
And Bruce Safinsky wants to. I say, Bruce Safinsky,
find another hobby.
I promise you, you're not going to be practicing lip reading.
He doesn't practice. He's a sign language teacher.
Great.
Out of Richmond, Virginia.
Great.
I wonder if he's been teaching the wrong thing.
Okay, look.
To be honest with you.
I promise you, you're going to be held accountable by law. And whoever is giving you a license to practice whatever the fuck you practice, I promise you,
I don't think
you're not going to practice
hiring
it
him anytime soon.
I mean, this community is watching this dash camera and is waking up to a reality that this Commonwealth attorney, Amy Ashworth, got this lip reader out of a specific establishment. He has a license only to lie on the stand. And by the way, that's what he wanted to do.
Essentially, he's saying, where do I sign? She's bringing in his testimony, and he says, where do I sign? So basically, he's putting his credentials on the line for his buddy Amy. I mean, she's from Richmond, Virginia. I'm sure she probably went to school with him. Okay, and she says, hey, Bruce, I need a favor. I need you to lip read this girl saying I want to get out of the car. That's all I need you to do. By the way, nobody's going to see the full dash camera, so you have nothing to worry about because I've sealed it. Okay? They're only going to see 4 seconds, and I want you to testify only to the 4 seconds. Nobody's going to see anything prior, anything after. It's sealed. Trust me, I've sealed it. And Bruce Safinsky said, where do I sign? And he signed his name on it. Same thing with Gene Maya, the medical examiner. Okay? He was told by Drum that Dorothy was screaming, she was crying, she was protesting.
How is she protesting if they're passing back and forth a cigarette?
Exactly my point. Gene Maya also said, where do I sign? Okay? You have these yes, sir people that basically do whatever you want. And for Gene Maya, you have a very, very important job as medical examiner. People rely on your findings.
I mean, if that's what she's doing in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, what is she doing in other cases that we haven't accessed yet?
And I find it very interesting that Gene Maya doesn't take into consideration that this 2007 Chrysler 300 had an airbag defect. You look at Dorothy's injuries. I mean, literally, a replica of the airbag defect recall notice, a replica, is Dorothy's injuries. Okay, when you have a cut all that is 7 inches long on
that's nowhere in the autopsy report.
7 inches long on your forehead, a cut clearly by an object that came out of the airbag, exactly what the airbag recall states, that a sharp object, when the airbag deploys, a sharp object is going to deploy with this airbag, and it's going to kill both driver and passenger in a car accident.
We gave that to Casey Stevens at the time.
You know what he said, Casey Stevens, when I gave it to him? He gave it to his secretary.
What is it?
Not important.
A month, 2 months after the vehicle accident, we got a letter that this vehicle apparently has a recall.
4 months later.
4 months later, we get a letter and that this vehicle should not be driven if an accident happened. Shrapnel is going to shoot out of the airbag and kill anybody that's inside the vehicle.
By cutting your, it says, by cutting your head.
And that's consistent with Dorothy's injuries. Mustafa has a laceration. Dorothy has like
a deeper cut. Mustafa was grazed by it. Dorothy was hit directly by it.
Now the question is,
but why is the medical examiner not looking at that?
That's a very disturbing.
I mean, it's in the Carfax because the police department ran a Carfax on it. Why is that? I mean, this is a vehicle accident. You don't think a tragic, fatal car accident, you don't think they're going to look at any recalls, any National Highway and Safety Transportation, you know, that department? You don't think they're looking at the airbag?
They fabricated,
especially when this specific brand, Chrysler 300, has been all over the media, all over the media, been documented to have fatal accidents due to the airbag specifically. And a lot of police cars, some of them are Chrysler brand. They had the same problem, and they took every police car out of service to have this airbag issue fixed. It's all over the media. Just
clearly, the medical examiner report is fabricated.
Look up the Takata airbag. Okay, it's extremely documented in the media. Takata airbag. Okay, this vehicle was one of the vehicles that was on notice because we got the notice to it months later.
What's happening here? Clearly, the medical examiner report is fabricated. And
100%.
We have the evidence to prove that this medical examiner is fabricated, and this medical examiner is on a payroll of Commonwealth.
He's
Amy
compromised.
Ashworth. It's absolutely compromised.
I mean, he ruled this a double homicide.
Based on what?
Based on one statement alone. He says the passenger in the vehicle was protesting as Mustafa was driving.
How is she protesting if Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times?
Look, you can get away with it when you conceal the truth of this case, when you conceal the dash camera.
When you seal off the case.
But you can no longer seal it because the community is watching this thing from beginning. I want to say to end, but Chad Mason cut the end part.
But we're going to get it because the independent expert is inspecting the SD card.
So the community will see the whole thing, even if Judge Weimer wants to seal off any new findings.
Look, Judge Weimer can put a seal on it, but do you really think you're going to stop this community from calling Judge Weimer and telling him to go fuck himself and to release this dash camera? I mean, at the end of the day, Judge Weimer is being watched by this community.
He works for the community.
And if he thinks he can cover up for a corrupt, shitty police department or a shitty, corrupt prosecutor office, think again, sir. Think again. This case is getting exposure
on a national level.
On a national level, this community is tuning in.
You can't hide what you've been hiding behind
the sealed
for the past
file
2.5 years.
Absolutely. The sealed file is all over the internet. This community is tuned in, and they know Judge Weimer, they know this prosecutor, they know this Commonwealth attorney, and they know that this case has been falsified. And it's sad that for 2.5 years you've been lying to this community. It's sad that Mustafa sits in solitary confinement because you falsified this case. That you blocked the most basic thing. You could have figured this out on day one.
I mean, can you
could
imagine?
have reconstructed the vehicle. The details show this is a car accident.
Which should have been done from day one.
I'm looking at a dash camera that clearly showed there is no argument inside the vehicle. Mohammed, do me a favor. Go over to exhibit.
I mean, you don't find it interesting that every motion Mustafa's ever had in this case, the prosecutor never talks about the case itself or the car accident itself. She's always talking about something unrelated. Every single time. Every single time. You want to tell this community this is a double homicide.
And they're not talking about the case?
Yet you've never introduced evidence in any of the hearings in the past 2.5 years. You've never introduced any evidence to a double homicide. All you've talked about is, Your Honor, he gave someone brain injury back in the day.
What do you mean?
Which is not true.
Jason Nance is out here. I have a video where Jason Nance, the person that they lied about, and they said that Mustafa gave this person a brain injury, crashed his vehicle.
Okay, that's one.
Jason Nance is out here saying that Dave lied. I never said that.
Exactly.
Mustafa never crashed a vehicle with me. Mustafa never gave me a brain injury. I got my brain injury back in the military when I was in the army.
So that's
I have a video of him. I posted the video.
so that's one issue.
So you're talking about the police officer not only falsified Mustafa's statement, falsified this person's statement.
Another hearing, the prosecutor, the best she's got, the best she has, is, Your Honor, he threatened a correctional officer in jail.
How
What?
does that make any sense?
We're
How does-
talking about a car accident that you allege is a double homicide. Yet the best you have is a correctional officer?
I mean, the sad
That's
part
the
is,
best you got?
That's exactly. She's not talking about the case anymore. She's talking about something completely unrelated. And it's terrifying.
Your Honor, 8 years ago, he was arrested.
I mean, it's terrifying because I have evidence in the file that they sealed that is the other way around. It's correctional officer that went in and beat the fuck out of him. It's not my words against the prosecutor, not Mustafa's word against the prosecutor. I have the CCTV video inside the jail. I have the witness statement from where Mustafa never threatened anybody. It's the other way around. Do you see what I'm talking about here?
Let me say this,
Like, this
to
is-
that. Let me say one thing to that. So the prosecutor alleged that Mustafa threatened a Jessica Salas, right? Who supposedly was not giving him the shaver or the trimmer that day, right? That's what she wants to say. That Mustafa threatened Jessica Salas because she wouldn't give him the trimmer that day. Hold on.
Supposedly Mustafa said, "I'm gonna come out, find you."
Hold on.
All right, that's what she's telling Judge Weimer.
That's what she's telling. That he said, "I'm going to come out and sue you. I'm going to find your address. I'm going to sue." That's what she alleges, right? You want to tell me that Mustafa is going to threaten this officer? He's going to come out. He's going to find her address and sue her. Yet he's threatening this officer, but the ones that beat him, stripped him naked, almost murdered him, he's not saying anything to them?
That's right. We have a CCTV where 6 giant correctional officers went into his cell, beat him, abused him, carried him out unconscious and half naked. Why is he not talking about those officers? He's talking about an officer
that didn't give him the trimmer.
That didn't give him trimmer. I mean, if you're gonna lie as a prosecutor Sarah Sammy, if you're gonna lie, make sure that you're not insulting our intelligence in the process.
I mean,
and then it gets even worse.
If he's going to threaten somebody, you don't think he's going to threaten the guy that stripped him naked, put his boots on his head and told him, if you talk about this, we're going to fucking kill you? He's not going to threaten that guy. He's going to threaten the other officer that didn't give him the trimmer. Make it make fucking sense.
I mean,
make it make sense.
For Judge Weimer,
he's not going to threaten the guy that threw the chili and told him, hey, lick it off the floor, you dog. He's not going to threaten that guy. He's going to threaten the correctional officer that didn't give him the trimmer.
Judge Weimer sees what's going on in this case.
People are not stupid.
Look, Judge Weimer knows what's going on in this case. In the case file, there's a CCTV video. There's a witness that said Mustafa never threatened a correctional officer. It's the other way around. They went in, beat Mustafa, and abused Mustafa. Now, hold on. Judge Weimer has this evidence, has a CCTV video.
He saw the videos.
And
he heard the testimony.
Now, Judge Weimer obviously is protecting this prosecutor.
Oh,
He's letting her.
100%.
Okay,
100%.
I mean, here's a fun fact for this community. If I didn't have access to this file, I wouldn't have the evidence that it's the other way around.
Exactly.
I mean, they're sitting on evidence that show that this prosecutor lied.
Flat out lied. And now she wants to save herself by bringing IT experts after 2.5 years, after Mustafa's attorney gets a motion to examine the digital evidence, his dash camera.
Back to, I mean, the fact that we're sitting here talking about Mustafa, an incident completely unrelated to what you're charging him with.
Exactly.
You're charging him with a double murder.
And you have no evidence to present to the case?
You're not litigating this case. You're talking about you had to fabricate something completely unrelated.
And the reason being is she wants to go into trial and tell the jury, look at this guy's car. Look at how smashed in it is.
After what? They crushed and staged it?
Look at how smashed the car is. Let's look at 4 seconds from a dash cam.
Who's terrified not to reconstruct a vehicle accident? I mean, we just watched the body cam where investigator Robert Drum says, prosecutor Sarah Sammy said, you can't inspect the vehicle. Why?
Why not?
Do you not want to get to the bottom of whether this is a car accident or it is a car? I mean, you don't want to get the details?
Do you not want strong evidence to convict
Oh, wait a
him?
minute. Because your police officer inspected the car and found brake failure.
I mean, exactly. Like to what you just said. Prosecutor, don't you want stronger evidence to convict this man? Let's examine the cars. Don't you want stronger evidence that there was an argument? Let's inspect the SD card and the dash camera.
As early as 2 weeks, prosecutor Sarah Sammy was pushing back against inspecting the SD card. And my thing is, for this prosecutor Sarah Sammy, I'm trying to help you here. You say Mustafa is guilty. I'm trying to give you the audio in this dash camera.
She doesn't need a judge order, by the way.
Where you say he's arguing, let's get the audio.
She doesn't
wait
need
a
a
minute.
judge
You
order.
don't want the audio because you know
There is
no argument.
By the way,
I'm looking at a dash camera without an audio.
Chain of custody.
And they're smoking a cigarette. They're passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times. What argument are you talking about?
Look, chain of custody is the police department has the dash camera.
Yeah.
They already have a warrant for the dash camera. She could have brought in all the IT experts in the world without a judge order. But she hasn't done it. She hasn't done it. And it's not until Mustafa's lawyer stands before Judge Weimer and fights to bring in an expert.
She wants to tell Judge Weimer that, Judge Weimer, I had no idea. My officers dropped the ball.
Bullshit.
Now that I have an independent expert, now that I have the audio,
Bullshit.
Okay, there is no argument.
Bullshit.
Like, I mean, this is what that's her exit strategy out of it.
Kathy Zymus had this dash camera for as long as she wanted it.
By the way.
And what does she say? There is audio. There is audio. Okay? And there's more footage.
By the way, Chad Mason says there's a video, there's a body cam where it's going viral. Chad Mason says the wire is already cut. Right?
Interesting.
That's what he says. There's a dash camera, the wire is cut. I mean, the video looks so weird, so disturbing. This community is tuning in and watching a criminal cut a dash camera with a badge, a criminal that hide behind a badge in our community that is literally admitting to cutting the dash camera. I mean, the body cam looks so weird, especially when he got on the stand and he said, I violated department policy. I took the dash camera behind everybody's back, sat on it for 2 days. What were you doing with the dash camera for 2 days?
Without a warrant.
Without a warrant.
Without giving it to digital forensics.
Clearly, you cut this dash camera. You muted the dash camera. And now you're terrified.
We're going to get your body cam.
Now, I'll tell you something. I'll throw you a curveball. In the case file, in the police department server, evidence.com, there is a specific body cam that's missing from the case file. It's not missing as in it doesn't exist. No, it exists. It's just it's not in the case file. It's not in the server. Apparently, there is a separate file where they're keeping specific body cams.
Incriminating body cams.
Incriminating body cam that show that police engaged in police misconduct. One of the body cams is for Andrew Margiotta, the DC police officer, the first police officer that got on the scene. Now, this body cam is kept in a separate file because when Andrew Margiotta showed up on scene, his body cam captured the inside of the vehicle.
Oh, interesting.
And if you slow it down, frame by frame.
Before Chad Mason got there.
Before investigator Chad Mason got there, that body cam captured the inside of the vehicle that shows the wire was not cut.
I mean, that's the work of God. For an officer who's not related to Prince William County to first show up on the scene with a body cam.
Brad Haywood, Mustafa's defense attorney.
I mean, without Andrew Margiotta.
You should slow down that body cam and go frame by frame because it captures the inside of the vehicle. And it's going to show that the wire is not cut. Now, what am I talking about? I'm going to play the body cam of Officer Chad Mason. And you tell me, as a community, that his reaction is normal. That this officer did not cut the wire in the dash camera. When you find out, I have an audio that I uploaded where this officer tells the presiding judge, Judge Carrol Weimer, I took the dash camera back to my car, violated the chain of custody, department policy, before I gave it to digital forensic, sat on this dash camera for 2 days, the files. Took the dash camera back to my car, downloaded the videos, took the dash camera, put it back on where I found it, on the windshield.
Clipped it back to the windshield.
Clipped it back to the windshield. That is so crazy. And then sat on these files for 2 days before he got a warrant. And then who uploaded these files to the server? He did. Chad Mason did. Not digital forensic, because the chain of custody is digital forensic. Cassie Zymus is supposed to take this dash camera, mirror the file to protect the integrity of the actual files, uploads it to the cloud, to the server, evidence.com. You find out that this little rat, Chad Mason, is the one that uploaded it to the server. Sat on it for 2 days. Now you have a dash camera that has no audio. It's cut before impact.
Missing the last part.
Missing the last part. 17 frames are missing from inside the vehicle. Well, let's watch his reaction on the scene, because this particular clip is going viral throughout this community, and it's so disturbing.
I mean, it's got over 5 million all
out,
across social media.
When you find out that this officer is the one that violated the chain of custody, sat on the dash camera for 2 days, and this is what he's saying on scene, it gets a little bit too disturbing. Let's watch.
Let's go into it.
Let's watch it.
We're gonna look at.
You're watching Israeli.
We're gonna look at Chad Mason. Chad Mason's reaction when he says, "Yeah, but the wire's cut." Let's take a look at Chad Mason's reaction. And people, I mean, it's already going viral. It's got over 5 million views across all social media. Chad Mason, you're famous, and not for the right reasons. Okay, let's analyze his reaction together and see if this is a normal reaction.
I think.
No, there's this first rotate up there.
How about cameras? We got any cameras?
So they have a dash cam on the.
We got Target. Target's
dash cam.
Target's going to pick up big time.
Is it still running?
I can't. No, the cable's broke. So I mean, I don't know if it was broke before or broke now, but it's broke. I am starving like normal.
I'll get you some food in a minute here.
I just need water.
Huh?
Just water.
That I have a case. I have a whole case of water. Both nights. As soon as I go walk in WDX to fucking eat. Both nights.
I was just turning on.
Yeah, thanks.
So police officer, they're all huddled around.
Can you zoom in on the bottom screen? Yeah, I want to see this. I want to see the other officer to the left of him.
Okay.
I want to see his reaction too.
How about cameras? We got any cameras?
So they have a dash cam on the.
We got Target. Target's
dash cam.
Target's going to pick up big time.
Is it still running?
I can't. No, the cable's broke. So I mean, I don't know if it was broke before or broke now, but it's broke. I am starving like normal.
I'll get you some food in a minute here.
I just need water.
Huh?
Just water.
That I have a case. I have a whole case of water. Both nights. As soon as I go walk in WDX to fucking eat.
Okay,
both
play
nights.
it one more time.
I was just turning on.
Yeah, thanks.
Play one more time. Look at the officer's
How about
reaction.
cameras? We got any cameras?
So they have a dash cam on the.
We got Target. Target's
dash cam.
Target's going to pick up big time.
Is it still running?
I can't. No, the cable's broke. So I mean, I don't know if it was broke before or broke now, but it's broke. I am starving like normal.
I'll get you some food in a minute here.
I just need water.
Huh?
Just water.
That I have a case. I have a whole case of water.
Okay, pause
Both nights.
it. You know, I'll say this.
Is there cameras? Oh, there's Target.
The guy next to him says there's a dash cam. And when he says the cable is broke, you see the other officer's reaction. He's like, what if these officers saw?
That's not a normal reaction.
If they saw the dash cam, why is he the only one to point out that the cable is broke? That's one. The guy next to him clearly said there's a dash cam in there. You mean to tell me that officer didn't notice the cable's broke? Or the cable wasn't broke when he looked at it? But when Chad Mason arrived and ripped the cable out, okay, when he ripped the cable out, the other officer is like, I'm not going to say anything. And
They're not going to go against.
I guarantee
Chad
you,
Mason.
Chad Mason says, "Let me show you how to get away with this, guys. Don't talk about the dash cam. Don't worry about the dash cam. Leave it up to me. Watch me get on the stand and handle this issue, this dash cam cable broke issue. Watch how it's done. Leave it to the Chadwick. Leave it to Chadwick. I'll show you how it's done." And he got on the stand the other day, on October 31st of 2024, and he took a big giant dump.
I mean, what I can't get over is he sat in front of the presiding judge, Judge Carrol Weimer, and he told Judge Carrol Weimer, "I violated department policy. I broke the chain of custody. I took those files for 2 days. Before I got a warrant, I uploaded to the server."
I
And
tampered with the dash cam.
Judge Carrol Weimer is just going along with it. I mean, at one point, Chad Mason says, when defense attorney Blake Weiner asked him, "So you're telling me you violated department policy?" Yes, he said yes. Then he said, "So you've been violating department policy?"
Have you always violated department policy?
He says, "Is that even a question?"
It's not even a question.
And he's so comfortable saying it in front of a judge.
If we had an impartial judge, the judge should have said, "Deputy, arrest him."
Absolutely.
Arrest him.
I mean, when you have Sheriff Glenn Hill is right there. That's his office, right there, right behind me. Sheriff Glenn Hill wheels in a giant machine to make sure no one is recording, which I remind this community is a public hearing. What is Sheriff Glenn Hill so terrified?
I mean, isn't that what they did the other day?
I mean, just the other day, on Tuesday, they brought in this machine.
Even worse. I'm going to give you a photo here. You can put it up on the screen. Even worse is that, let me show you what they do when Mustafa has a hearing. And that should tell you.
They're protecting those police officers. They're protecting the prosecutor. So when they lie,
this should tell you everything.
When they lie, no one can find out. Judge Carrol Weimer is comfortable letting these officers get away with violating department policy, cutting and muting Mustafa's dash camera. Because you got Sheriff Glenn Hill, who brings in a giant machine just in case that the audio might leak out, and this community is going to hear what Chad Mason is telling the judge.
I mean, look at this.
What the fuck is this?
All for a single man.
Yeah, why are they blocking the whole entire courthouse?
They're blocking the courthouse because you know why? They know they fucked up. They know they tampered with this case. They know they fucked around with this car.
They're terrified from this community, by the way. This is terrified from the community.
They are terrified from this community.
This is a public courthouse. And why? What have you done in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case?
That you have to do that. That you have to block off the roads. You have to block off the courtroom. You have to scan everybody in. And if somebody wants to go in...
By the way, they don't even let anybody bring their cell phone at the door before you walk in.
People.
They want to
intimidate people. Intimidation. Over one man in a car accident? You want to tell me they're blocking off the entire road?
That's crazy. I mean,
they're blocking off the entire road?
This is disgusting.
You know you've done something wrong when you have to block off the road. Do you know you've done something wrong?
The bottom line is the audio is coming out. This vehicle is getting reconstructed. The accident is getting reconstructed. Their worst nightmare is materializing in reality. I mean, the file is all over the internet. The evidence is coming out that for 2.5 years they've lied in the case of Mustafa Al-Jazari. This is a car accident.
You wanted to show me the body or the dash camera?
I wanted to go over the dash camera, what prosecutor Sarah Sammy has been hiding for 2.5 years. And why is she so terrified from a dash camera? I mean, Sarah Sammy doesn't talk about it. Amy Ashworth doesn't talk about it. Robert Drum doesn't talk about that Mustafa and Dorsey are passing back
smoking
and forth.
A cigarette.
I mean, by the way, if I was just looking at the dash camera, I would think they're smoking weeds.
Okay.
Because they're passing back and forth, and it doesn't look like a cigarette. They're passing back and forth.
But we know it's not weed. We know it's not drugs because there's a toxicology report on both individuals, Mustafa and Dorothy, and both toxicology reports show 0 alcohol and no drugs. Both of them.
Absolutely.
So for anybody that wants to derail this conversation, They want to gaslight this conversation. You can, by the way, you can do that.
And that's what they're doing. There's some people online that are, but by the way, they can't do that anymore because I have the full, and that's what they did in the beginning when I first released the dash camera. This is what they were doing in the beginning. Obviously, this prosecutor has people on her payroll that she's.
They've admitted they have people on payroll through social media.
Obviously. And what they're doing, they're taking this dash camera. They're like, oh, look, Mustafa and Dorsey are passing back and forth weed. Well, I have the toxicology report. You can do that in the beginning, but I have the full file. This is Mustafa. Do me a favor. Go over to
The
exhibits.
toxicology report does not lie.
And this is the foundation of this case. Mustafa and Dorsey are passing back and forth hemp. This is the toxicology report for Mustafa Al-Jazari. This is Mustafa Al-Jazari. I'm going to zoom in. So this is the full toxicology report. Okay. So I'm going to zoom in. Alcohol level, Muhammad. Alcohol level, blood alcohol, non-detected. So Mustafa was not drinking. Okay. THC, and this is the foundation of the case. THC, 0.003. There's no drugs in Mustafa's system.
What is it?
0.003.
3 zeros and then a 3.
Yeah. So what Mustafa and Dorothy are smoking is hemp. Let's go back to the dash camera. What this prosecutor is terrified from is that she wants to tell this community that Mustafa and Dorothy were arguing inside the vehicle. But for 2.5 years, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Robert Drum himself, when he's telling the independent experts.
Let me read this to you real quick.
When they're telling the medical examiner, never came up that Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth hemp 6 times. 6 times. Let's go back to. Let me pull up the dash camera. There we go. So let me go to. Let's see. All right, so prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, sealed off this dash camera because she can't tell this community that Mustafa and Dorothy is arguing, and then she shows a dash camera where they're passing back and forth hemp. Not once. Let's watch this.
Okay, let's watch
This is the first time. So Mustafa and Dorothy passes a cigarette hemp 6 times. So here you see Mustafa and Dorothy. Mustafa is driving. By the way, the dash camera is locked in on 77. The odometer on the dash camera is broken. Even when Mustafa is at a 7-Eleven.
Can you, okay, yeah, keep going. No, just keep going.
Even when Mustafa pulls into a 7-Eleven and the vehicle is not moving, that 77 doesn't change.
Yeah, it's stuck.
It's stuck. The dash camera has a stuck meter. Okay. So the computer, the ACM inside Mustafa's vehicle showed that Mustafa was driving speed limit.
I mean, you can clearly see he's not passing other cars. He's not weaving in and out of traffic. And
exactly.
Even one of the witnesses.
So he was not speeding. But
one of the witnesses says there was no erratic driving. He was driving
Robert
normal.
Drum himself says Mustafa was not speeding. Forget what everybody says. The computer inside the vehicle showed that Mustafa was driving speed limit. So the odometer. And this is what they were gaslighting NBC4 on the internet.
Because they have this little Chiron thing at the bottom.
Yep.
That's blocking the time. It's blocking key information from this dash cam. And all you can see is the 77 miles per hour.
This is what
So for anybody that is looking, all you see is 77. Oh my God, he's going 77 miles an hour. That's what people think.
Exactly.
And that's why, that's why the prosecutor did that. She clipped this dash cam to take it out of context so that people can say, just by his speed, he's guilty.
Wait a minute. I thought the case was sealed.
I mean, if you're going 77 miles an hour with a baby in the back, you're guilty. Okay? But clearly, that's not the speed he was driving because the car was parked at 7-Eleven and it still said 77 miles per hour. So clearly, the speed of this dash cam is off.
Exactly.
That's clear.
And the computer inside the vehicle showed that Mustafa was driving speed limit.
And then Robert Drum even questions Rexing. He says, why is the speed stuck? at 77. Why is that? What does that mean? Why is it stuck? But he never questions that. Where's the audio to this dash cam? He's worried about the speed that you can get from the data recorder. He's worried about location when you can clearly see the street signs in the camera. But he never questions where's the audio. And then when Chad Mason is asked, did you notate that there was no audio anywhere in your police report? He thought it was insignificant. Well, your prosecutor is arguing there was an argument in the car. Your medical examiner is saying that Dorothy was screaming, and you don't think the audio to the dash cam is relevant? You didn't document it? Robert Drum didn't document it? Nobody documented that this dash cam doesn't have audio? Oh, except for Zymus, who says there is audio. She documented it, but Amy Ashworth sealed that. She sealed her report. So nobody's to know that this dash cam does have audio. Nobody's supposed to know that.
I think I have.
But now we're going to get to the bottom of it.
I think I have the portion where Robert Drum calls in. There we go. So he calls in the company for the dash camera, and they tell him that the odometer is stuck.
Let me give some context. So on an alleged double homicide, this crash investigator is going to call the dash cam company. Let's see what is so important on his mind when he's calling this dash cam company. Let's
you know, what's disturbing is he never once asked for the audio.
I mean, this is a 20-year crash investigator, right? Yeah. He's looking at a dash cam, a dash cam that they allege there's no audio. That's what they allege. They allege that the video cuts off before impact. Let's see what's on his mind. A 20-year, I want to say 20-year expert in crash investigations. Let's see what he thinks is so important when he's calling the dashcam company.
But yeah, so on the camera itself, on what you see when we pull it up, it have the GPS coordinates at the bottom. Those don't change, and then the speed limit in the bottom right-hand corner stays at 77 even when he stopped and driving, and we can't figure out why. But yeah, so on the camera itself, on what you see when we pull it up, it have the GPS coordinates at the bottom. Those don't change, and then the speed limit in the bottom right-hand corner stays at 77 even when he stopped and driving, and we can't figure out why.
Wow, interesting. Okay. So, as a 20-year
By the way, this is Robert Drum.
As a 20-year expert.
Investigator Robert Drum, yeah.
20-year expert in crash investigations. He's looking at a dash cam where they're alleging there's no audio and that the video cuts off prior to impact.
By the way, why does it matter? The computer inside the vehicle that he's in possession of showed that he's not speeding.
This is the most important question.
He knows he's not speeding.
You're not asking, I don't have the audio. You're not asking, why does this thing cut off? I mean, you're not asking these two very important questions. You're not asking where's the audio?
Because he already has the answer to that question. His officer, Chad Mason, cut and muted the dash camera.
That's crazy. I mean, 20 years of experience. I don't think you can have 0 days of experience, and the first thing you're going to ask for, especially when the prosecutor is arguing in court that there's no audio, the first thing that maybe a monkey would ask Rexing is, where's the audio to this thing? Where's the audio, and why is this thing cut before impact? Shouldn't that be the first thing a monkey would ask for?
I mean, I'll tell you. So far, the details are.
You have a 20-year expert. Never questions the audio. Never question. By the way, let me tell you what Rexing told me when I contacted them.
Oh, that's right. You contacted them.
Because I also did my own investigation, and I contacted Rexing, and I said, can you tell me how this dash camera works in case there is an accident or impact? And what they told me is that the camera has a specific, sophisticated software that if it detects an impact, what it does is it would save that minute file. So the camera records in 1-minute increments. Every time you hit a minute mark, it takes that file, stores it, and it stores it in a general file, 1-minute increments. In the case of an accident, the camera automatically duplicates the file and makes a copy in a file called incident. And you also have the general file where it records the 1 minute increments. So if you open up this dash camera, you should see two files. One that says incidents, where the impact occurred. It saves it in a separate file. And if you open the general file, you should see all the videos. So there should be two copies of that video where the impact occurred. Yet in evidence.com, we only see one copy of it, and it's cut off at 8 seconds. One of them is cut off at 7.3 seconds. Now,
exactly.
Why would the video be cut off at 7.3 seconds from the inside and then 8 seconds on the outside? Why is there a discrepancy? And where is the second copy where it should have been saved to an incident folder?
I'm going to play the portion where it shows that the camera facing outside will continue rolling.
And by the way, how can I get this
cuts off?
How can I get this information?
There are 17 frames missing from the dash camera.
How can I get this information as a ordinary citizen? I'm not a 20-year crash investigator. I'm not an expert in dash cameras, but I was able to extract this information from a simple conversation with Rexing. And you're telling me a 20-year expert couldn't get that information? Where is the rest of the file? And I'll tell you right now, it's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming because the judge already granted for Mustafa's IT experts to come in, and Sarah Sammy's hairy ass wants to also bring her
they're terrified.
Experts at the same time.
They are terrified. For 2.5 years, they've been telling this community.
Yeah.
They've been telling this community that they're arguing. We just watched a dash camera where Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth a cigarette. This dash camera, when you watch it, you're going to see that Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times. Not once, not twice, 6 times. And then at one point, you see Dorothy is giving Mustafa direction, and he's asking her which way.
She's giving him directions as the prosecutor is alleging an argument. So they're smoking a cigarette. She's giving him directions. When exactly is this argument happening?
By the way,
I'd like to know the timestamp.
By the way, the prosecutor has been saying that there's an argument, but the lip reader that she hired is not lip reading an argument.
Interesting.
That is so disturbing on so many levels.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
That's
Every time I think about it, that she hired a lip reader
when her digital forensic is telling her there's audio.
She didn't bring in her IT expert back then. She wants to bring them now, today.
This is the
truth is coming out.
So here, exactly,
and there's no avoiding the inevitable. It's going to happen.
Prosecutor Sarah Sammy
Chadwick, we're going to find out what you did last summer.
He's royalty, by the way. Apparently, he's royalty back in Ireland. He's Irish. He's an Englishman.
Chadwick.
Department policy? Why? Follow department. He said, what department policy? Back in Ireland.
He's ruining it for so many Chads out there.
Back in Ireland. We don't have department policy. He's Irish. He's an Irishman.
That's crazy.
Chad
what are we looking at here?
We're watching here. Okay, so here you're watching Mustafa and Dorothy are passing back a cigarette.
I'm going to make it full screen so that...
Sure. This is the portion where you see Mustafa and Dorothy. Dorothy passes a cigarette to Mustafa. We just watched a toxicology report that show what they're smoking here is not weed, is hemp. Mustafa's THC is 0.0003.
No alcohol, no drugs.
No alcohol, no drugs. Dorothy has cancer, and to relieve the pain, she smokes hemp. And you see here that Dorothy just passed a hemp cigarette to Mustafa. Here you see Mustafa pass the hemp cigarette back to Dorothy. They're driving. There's a boombox in the back. And the boombox in the back, it's the more the light go back and forth, the faster it goes, you'll see that they're listening to music. It's a GBL speaker.
Look, we don't have to take your word for it.
Okay, you see right here where Dorothy is giving Mustafa direction?
Okay.
Watch this part. You see Dorothy gestures forward. Okay, so she tells him keep going forward, keep going straight. Here, Mustafa gives Dorothy the cigarette.
Once again.
Okay, so that's the second time they're passing that cigarette. Commonwealth Amy
time is
Ashworth.
it? What time is it on that?
This is I can zoom in.
Right there. What does that say? I can't see it on my screen.
Oh, 5:30? Yeah, 5:30.
Well, it says 7:30, but the time is forward an hour. So really it was 6:30.
No, 17:30.
17:30?
Yeah, so that's 5:30.
So 5:30.
5:30.
But the time was really 6:30.
Oh, gotcha.
It's off by an hour.
It's off by an hour. Okay. All right.
So the accident happened at 6:36.
Yeah.
So this is 6 minutes prior to the accident.
6 minutes before the accident.
And they're passing back and forth the cigarette.
Exactly. So that's the second time they're
When,
passing.
I mean, when did they argue? When did they argue? If this is 6 minutes prior to the accident.
Exactly.
Where's the argument?
I mean, that's what Commonwealth Amy Ashworth is so terrified from. Here, Dorothy gives Mustafa direction for the second time, and you clearly see Mustafa. You can see Mustafa say, which way?
I mean, the lip reader couldn't really lip read that.
Mustafa's cell phone is connected to the speaker in the back. They're listening to music, and you can, I mean, I'm going to zoom in. You see what Mustafa is asking Dorothy? He says, which way? She's giving him direction. I mean, look. They're listening to music. Mustafa's cell phone is connected to the speaker. You see he's like, which way?
Which way?
And then she's going to tell him, just keep going straight. Do you see that? I mean, so you're telling me.
This is what time?
This is 5:31, so 6:31.
Oh my! This is 5 minutes prior to the accident. 5 minutes.
Exactly. Okay. And then
You believe this shit? Where's the argument?
I'm telling you, there is no argument.
I'm
They're
still
passing.
waiting.
We're watching the dash camera. I mean, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth sealed this dash camera from this community for a reason. Dorothy passes a cigarette to Mustafa. By the way, Mustafa is doing Dorothy a favor. She asked him to take her to her mother's anniversary on that day. Here,
okay,
she passes.
gives them. What time is that?
This is 6:31.
And how many seconds?
And 38 seconds. 38 seconds.
So this is almost what? Almost 3.5 minutes prior to the accident.
Okay, so 3.5.
3.5 minutes
3.5, and so far, no argument.
prior to the accident. Where is this argument?
I mean, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth hired a lip reader, and her lip reader is not lip reading an argument.
She's giving him directions. How is this lip reader saying she wants to get out of the car?
This is the third time that she's given Mustafa directions. Look, I'm going to zoom in. They're holding hands. Look at their hands. They're like, their hands are right next to each other. You see how close their hands are?
I mean, you think she wants to touch him if he's arguing with
Exactly.
her? She wants to be close to him? She wants to pass him a cigarette? She wants to give him directions?
You see, she's telling him, keep going straight. She's giving him directions.
I mean, where is the part where she says, I want to get out of the car? Where is the part where they're arguing?
Exactly.
Where is it?
This is
What time is that? By the way, what time was that?
This is 6:31, 42 seconds.
42.
And then this is Mustafa gives Dorothy. This is the fourth time they're passing a cigarette.
And what time is that?
This is 6:32.
Wow.
On the dot.
6:32. So 3 minutes prior to the accident.
Look how she grabs a cigarette from Mustafa. I'm gonna zoom in real quick. Start listening to music.
I'll say something to the music when you're done with that.
By the way, you see that music? It's going really fast.
Let me say
Okay.
something to the
Okay,
music.
go ahead.
Okay. 2.5 years. 2.5 years. The prosecutor sealed Andrew Margiotta's body cam. Okay. What is so significant? What is so significant about this specific body cam that the prosecutor put it in a separate folder, not to be given to the lawyer, not to be given to Mustafa? What is so significant about it? Okay. Well, we find out that we've been saying the music was on. You keep saying that the speaker, the light with the speaker, the faster it moves, the louder the music is. Well, we don't have to take your word for it. We find out 2.5 years later that the prosecutor sealed off or concealed Andrew Margiotta's body cam. He's the first on the scene. She concealed it because she wants to say Mustafa and Dorothy were arguing. Yet when Andrew Margiotta got on the scene, the music was so loud. It was so loud that people can't hear themselves all around the car.
So how are they arguing if the music is so loud that they can barely hear each other?
The witnesses are saying the music is so loud that they can't hear themselves when they're next to the car. And the prosecutor hid this body camera because it validates that the music was so loud. Now, you want to tell me somebody had an argument when the music is blasting? Or somebody's arguing with the music blasting? How could you hear anything? And you can see that by Dorothy gesturing where to go. She's not telling him where to go. She's gesturing because the music is so loud.
Exactly.
That she can't tell him go straight because he's not going to hear it.
Absolutely.
The music is too loud. She has to point.
Absolutely.
Multiple times.
That's a really good point.
Multiple times.
What you just said is huge, by the way. You don't have Dorothy telling Mustafa direction. She's gesturing because the music is so loud that he's not going to hear if she were to give him directions. So what she does is she's giving him directions.
And the prosecutor...
She's gesturing to where, keep going forward.
The prosecutor took Andrew Margiotta's body cam, put it in a separate file, which I can almost guarantee you the file name is do not release to the lawyer unless he fights for it.
Unless he fights for it.
The lawyer has to fight tooth and nail to get into this hidden folder that has Mustafa's innocence in it. Okay? It has all the facts that show Mustafa's innocent of all these fake allegations.
By the way, Chad Mason...
I want to almost guarantee you this folder name is do not release to lawyer unless he sues for it.
By the way, you can't tell me that the body cam that's in the case file, the body cam that's in the server, evidence.com for Chad Mason, you can't tell me that's all the body cams. I'll tell you why. Chad Mason, the body cams that you have in the case file, you don't see Chad Mason muting or unmuting. You don't see him turn on his body cam. That body cam just starts somewhere.
Just miraculously, it just begins.
So you can clearly see that these body cams have been chopped up and they're selecting portions to be put in Mustafa's case file.
Usually you can see when the officer stops.
Here's the question for Mustafa's defense attorney, Brad Haywood. Where are the body cams of Chad Mason? All the body cam of Chad Mason. Because clearly the body cams that's in the case file are chopped up.
They're a cut version of the original. Where's the original?
Exactly. And we want to talk about the officer cut Mustafa's dash camera. Well, on a body cam, he's clearly wearing a body cam. The other deputy on scene captures the body cam of, we can clearly see that Chad Mason is wearing a body cam. So you want to tell me that Chad Mason handled the most crucial piece of evidence in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, the body cam. Where is his body cam when he made contact with Mustafa's dash camera?
Or his car?
Or Mustafa's vehicle.
When he first made contact with the car?
Look.
And then where is it when he took the camera, plugged it to his computer, played with it, and then went back and stuck it on the windshield?
Angry.
Where is it?
I get really angry. I get really angry. I get really upset when Mustafa tells me, when I tell, well, we're not going to go there. These are separate conversations, not podcast conversations. Let's go back. But the bottom line is, Brad Haywood, where are the fucking body cams? You should push back on the body cams.
Romero,
Andrew Romero, the investigator that handled
Romero,
the children.
Chad Mason, Robert Drum. Who else? Davis. I know there's a couple that are missing from on the scene. Cruz, for sure.
When he inspected Mustafa's
Okay,
car.
there's a couple. I mean, there's a list. I have a list.
The point is, we need the body cams.
We want all body cams.
Exactly.
In this case.
Exactly.
All
You want to get
exculpatory evidence.
You want to get to the bottom of what is going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, you get the fucking body cams. Like, there is no bullshit. We're at a crossroads where there is no more bullshit in this case.
You can't bullshit this case anymore.
You can't.
This
you
case,
can't
you cannot bullshit anymore.
You can't bullshit this case anymore. The file is all over the internet. The community is tuning in. They're watching. And this case stinks. It fucking stinks.
It stinks to high heaven. On that note, I think we should wrap it up.
So, let's just keep watching the dash camera. So, we just watched Dorothy Mustafa pass a cigarette for the first time.
He's giving her a cigarette again. What time is this?
This is 6:32:05. 6:32:05. So how long before the accident?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. All right.
I mean, the medical examiner.
So far, he's not on drugs. He's not drinking. He's not speeding. There is no argument inside the vehicle.
Medical examiner
We're watching them
says,
pass and forth a cigarette, giving him direction. They're listening to music.
By the way, this is a very, very troubling allegation. A lying medical examiner falsifying a medical examiner report. A medical examiner.
I mean, the medical examiner report. The medical examiner is saying that Dorothy is protesting.
Medical examiner.
Muhammad,
Board of Medicine.
We're watching Mustafa and Dorothy pass back and forth a cigarette. Dorothy giving Mustafa direction. Where is the protest that this medical examiner is talking about?
Where's the protesting? I mean, you're still on passing cigarettes. We're still on passing cigarettes, and we're almost there at the time of the accident. We're almost there. She just gave him the cigarette. What time is that?
This is 6:32 and 35 seconds.
6:32:35. 2.5 minutes prior to the accident. 2.5. Where is the protest? Where is the argument?
This is Mustafa and Dorothy. This is Mustafa passing the cigarette back to Dorothy. I mean, look at how Dorothy grabs Mustafa's finger when she's taking the cigarette. We're going to watch it a couple of times.
Oh my God.
This is really big, by the way.
I mean, this is crazy.
I mean, did you see? I mean, look how Dorothy feels Mustafa's fingers as she grabs the cigarette. Where's the fucking argument? Look how she grabs Mustafa's fingers.
Unfucking believable.
This is
unbelievable.
We're going to watch this one more time. I mean, look how she grabs Mustafa's, feels
and they've
Mustafa's.
had this man behind bars for 2.5 years.
Why do you think this dash camera is sealed from the community? This dash camera is sealed from the community because Commonwealth Amy Ashworth can't bullshit this community and tell them that there's an argument inside the vehicle when they're passing back and forth a cigarette. When Dorothy literally feels Mustafa's finger as she grabs the cigarette from Mustafa. I mean, this, by the way, this is 6:32 and 51 seconds. So, how long before the accident?
What is it? What time was it?
6:32 and 43 seconds. 44, 45, 46,
So
47.
2 minutes prior to the accident.
2 minute prior.
2 whole minutes prior
Okay.
to the accident.
And Dorothy is seen when she takes a cigarette from Mustafa, feels his fingers. And I mean, it shows that how much they love each other.
I mean, you look at the details.
You want to tell me that they're arguing, but she's sitting there feeling his finger?
So I want to ask the question. I'm going to ask the major shocking question. Here it is. It's coming. Okay? At what point did he premeditate this murder? If we're looking at 2 minutes prior to the accident, and they're literally giving back and forth a cigarette and she's giving him directions. They're almost like kissing. At what point did he premeditate this murder? That is the major question. At what point did he premeditate this murder when 2 minutes before the accident, they're sharing a cigarette?
I mean, prosecutor Sarah
What the fuck?
I mean, Mohammed, prosecutor Sarah Sami is bringing all these individuals.
Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, wait until you actually open the body cam, and on body cam, it shows that the individual that prosecutor Sarah Sami says, prosecutor Sarah Sami is telling Judge Weimer, Your Honor, Mustafa forced Dorothy, his girlfriend, in the vehicle, forced the 5-year-old baby in the vehicle. Mustafa planned this out.
Hold on. He forced her into the vehicle.
Well,
yeah, at a 7-Eleven, he left the car running. Went inside for 10 minutes with the car running, with Dorothy and Empress in the car. You're telling me he kidnapped this woman and she stayed in the car while he went into the convenience store? She stayed in the car with the car running and he's kidnapping her for 10 minutes?
Well, she's not betting on the fact that you have the file and this community is watching the whole
fuck out of here.
Entire file. Prosecutor Sarah Sami is bringing this individual, but when you open the body cam,
Sarah Sami should really,
by the
really
way,
grow a beard.
By the way, the people that she's bringing into this case, she said, Your Honor, I have a witness that's going to come forward and say that Mustafa forced Dorothy.
I'm not getting you no wax.
I mean, listen to what
you don't deserve any wax.
Listen to specifically what this prosecutor is talking about. She says, Your Honor, Judge Weimer, I have a witness that's going to come forward and testify that on this day, Mustafa forced his girlfriend, forced 5-year-old Empress to get in the car, forced the boys to stay home.
Who's that?
And then you find out that on a body cam, the person that she's relying on says, I wasn't there.
Who is this witness?
Kylie.
Oh, great.
The 16-year-old that doesn't live with them, that her dad pierces all the strippers
Kylie,
to a club owner where the judge is getting fucking lap dances.
Wait. Forget everything you said after you said Kylie.
I mean,
I'll remind you.
I have her on a body cam that says, she says, I was never there. She's manufacturing a story.
She said, I blocked my mother.
Muhammad, forget all that. There's a Google Nest video inside the apartment that shows Dorothy's the one that's asking 5-year-old Empress to go with her. Dorothy's the one that's asking the boys, and the boy says no. The forensic interview, 10-year-old Pharaoh, 10-year-old Pharaoh, the child, says Mom is the one that woke Mustafa up, and she's the one that's telling him, can you take me to my mother's anniversary? What are you talking about?
I mean,
Pharaoh says Mustafa didn't want to go anywhere. He woke up late. He had other plans, but then Mom convinced him.
So how is Sarah Sami?
Mom is the one that's telling him, take me. So how is this premeditated murder when it's Dorothy's idea? Wait a minute, the file is sealed, so no one can see it.
They're literally smoking a cigarette 2 minutes. They're passing back and forth a cigarette 2 minutes prior to the accident. The real question is, Sarah Sami, Amy Ashworth, Chief Newsham, at what point did Mustafa premeditate this murder? We would like to know. At how many seconds prior to the accident? Tell us. How many seconds prior to the accident do you allege he premeditated this murder? Give us. You have 120 seconds. Give us the time.
The details that's coming out of this case, Muhammad. The detail that's coming out of this case. They can't say. By the way, premeditated could be before. It could be on the last second, right?
Okay.
Well, the details that's coming out of this case, they can't say on the last second because it shows that this is a car accident.
Okay, forget that. Scratch that. Jean Maya, the medical examiner, at what time do you allege that Dorothy was protesting inside the vehicle? I'm waiting for a time.
I mean, they're passing back and forth a cigarette.
Gene Maya. A lot of people.
That's a good question, though.
A lot of people, a lot of prosecutors, a lot of people are getting convicted. A lot of people are getting exonerated. A lot of people are going to trial based on what Gene Maya testifies to. Based on what Gene Maya dispositions a death, whether it's homicide, whether it's accidental. Okay, we know that he said, oh, I don't know if it's him, but Juan Campos was ruled
An 18-year-old that was found dead inside this county jail right behind us.
was ruled
Homicide.
no, not homicide,
No, heart attack.
a heart attack, cardiac arrest. Okay,
Wait a minute. Wasn't his face bashed in from a beating?
hold on a second. Okay, Gene Maya, you dispositioned Dorothy as a homicide along with Empress because you say Dorothy was protesting. I'm waiting to see at what time was Dorothy protesting. Now, if you want to tell me a medical examiner falsified a disposition to a death, I think Prince William County in Virginia has much bigger problems than Mustafa Al-Jazari. If you have a medical examiner who's blindly signing on the dotted line for Amy Ashworth or chief of police, Prince William County has much, much bigger problems than we like to think. We thought we had a problem, but if you have medical examiners who are fucking around, you have much bigger problems.
And I think
Board of Medicine, you got much bigger problems.
I think there is a lot of pushback.
Or what is it called? Department of Health?
What they're
you have
terrified-
real problems, Department of Health.
What they're terrified from here is that the file is all over the internet, and this community is watching.
I mean,
is
Gene Maya,
watching.
that's a big position to have in a county.
Because you're not only handling Mustafa Al-Jazari case, you're handling other cases in the
I'm
county.
telling you, Virginia
And
has a much bigger problem than
Absolutely.
Mustafa Al-Jazari. If you have a medical examiner like Gene Maya falsifying dispositions on death.
I mean, we just watched the dash camera where Dorothy and Mustafa are passing back and forth a cigarette, and Dorothy literally feels Mustafa's fingers. Now,
What's the phrase?
So-
How deep does this rabbit hole go? Is that what?
How deep does this rabbit hole go? Yeah. I mean, we're definitely
How
diving
deep is the rabbit hole in Prince
through
William County?
a rabbit hole. And by the way, the conversation cannot be dismissed because apparently I have the file and I'm leaking this file all over the internet. That's a very disturbing and terrifying position for this county. You can't dismiss my conversation.
So you have an officer who tampers with evidence, like Chad Mason. You have an officer like Robert Drum who falsifies warrants, falsifies statements. You have a medical examiner who falsifies a medical examiner report.
And you have officers that beat you inside the jail. You have officers that will write you off as incompetent.
How deep
to dismiss your conversation?
does the rabbit hole
You have
go?
defense attorneys that's on a payroll that work with prosecutors.
I think we should close with this.
I want to go over the last section just to
Go ahead.
the last part.
Go ahead.
This dash camera is cut before impact. What you see here is Mustafa is driving. He takes a lane to pass that vehicle in front of him.
What time is this?
Clearly, this is 6:35:08. Clearly, Mustafa takes a wrong lane. He finds himself in a position where, at this point, you see that vehicle on his right. He can't get back into
Let me make
traffic.
that full screen.
Yeah, you can't get back into traffic. There's a vehicle blocking him.
I mean,
on the
clearly
right.
you see the vehicle on his right.
The vehicle ends up in oncoming traffic. The prosecutor wants to say Mustafa jerked the vehicle into oncoming. That's not true.
Well, he said you made a hard left turn into oncoming traffic.
That's not
Where is
true.
the hard left turn? I'm waiting to see someone turn the hard left. Where is it?
Mustafa takes a lane. He finds himself on the wrong lane. You can't get back into
I mean,
traffic.
if you go straight, if you go straight here, you're in oncoming traffic.
By the way, this vehicle right here, I'm going to circle this vehicle right here. You can't get back into traffic.
Zoom
This
in on
vehicle-
that. Zoom in on that. Okay, clearly a vehicle to his right.
I mean, you can't get back into traffic anymore. This vehicle blocks you from going back into traffic. What did Mustafa do at that point? Mustafa slams on the brake.
According to the data recorder.
According to the data.
He's on the brake from that point on. He's on the brake.
The police department inspected Mustafa's vehicle and found brake failure. 2 calipers did not work. Mustafa got the vehicle to stop, go down from his driving speed limit, 55, all the way down to 35. but the vehicle does not stop. What do? You end up in oncoming traffic. What did
He's
Mustafa
trying to
do?
avoid a car accident. I mean, you're going to play that video. You're going to see cars oncoming.
He avoids that van.
If he's going to crash, why not hit the van?
Look. He avoids every vehicle, and then the camera cuts off. So you see that Honda Civic, by the way? I'm gonna
Let me make it bigger.
You see that Honda Civic right here?
Okay.
That's the Honda Civic. Okay, that's the SUV. So you want to tell me? Go ahead.
You want to tell us that the car that was closer was able to avoid crashing into him, but the car that's further away crashed into him? What the fuck? You want to tell us the car that's closer to him, which means is about to impact him, doesn't hit, and the car that's further back?
Mustafa avoids every vehicle, makes it to the 4th lane.
Unbelievable.
The SUV turns into Mustafa.
And what is okay?
What did they avoid? I mean, by the way, the camera cuts off here because Chad Mason cuts that's dash camera.
I mean, that's obvious. He tampered with the dash camera.
Not only did they cut this dash camera.
Hold on a second. We're talking about the car that's closer to him and the SUV that's further back, which should have more time to react. Okay, let's look at facts. Let's not talk about my opinion. Let's not talk about your opinion. Let's look at the facts. The facts, which is a data recorder, shows the SUV never hit the brake. That's one. Number two, the SUV was going almost 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. That's number two. Number three, I mean, again, I'm not saying that the other driver is 100% at fault, that she intentionally crashed him. No.
But she contributed to the accident.
100%.
Specifically, if she turned into Mustafa.
If she turned into him,
clears.
If she never hit the brake, obviously she's going to crash into him. Obviously. Her steering angle is missing because Robert Drum excluded that as a 20-year investigator, crash investigator. Robert Drum took out the steering angle from the SUV and took out the steering angle from Mustafa and concealed it. Why would you conceal it? You're a crash investigator. Your job is to literally recreate the accident and provide a report for the county, for the police department. Your job is to recreate the accident. Yet all of a sudden you're missing the key, most important fact of the accident, the steering angle. I mean, on the scene, he says she must have turned into him. On the scene, Robert Drum says she turned into him. The other driver is asking the officer when he meets her at the hospital, she says she wants her rosary beads. Now, we know in Virginia that if you have something hanging on your mirror, you get a ticket for it. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
If state police pull you over, if a police officer pulls you over and you have an air freshener, you have anything hanging on your mirror, you're going to get a ticket for it. She has a giant thing hanging out of her mirror. Is it possible she wasn't paying attention?
They said on the scene, they said she's a PLS patient. She's talking about being on medication. I mean, where is her toxicology report?
Where's her I mean, you're talking about a fatal accident, and you didn't think to check both you checked Mustafa. He's not on drugs. He's not on alcohol. You never checked the other driver, why she never reacted? We clearly have 5 seconds of pre-crash data from the Suburban.
I want to show you.
And there's not a single time where she hit the brake.
I want to show you the indentation into Mustafa's vehicle.
As a matter of fact,
do me a favor. Go over to
as a matter of fact, the other driver was on the accelerator pedal. Did you know that? She was on the accelerator.
So she never hit the brake, and she's on the accelerator.
And it's obvious because the Honda that was closer to him did not strike him, but the SUV that was further back hit him at full speed.
On the scene, Robert Drum says the SUV, Mustafa cleared all the vehicle, made it to the 4th lane, and the SUV turned into Mustafa. Now, on this body cam, do me a favor, go over to exhibit.
I mean, it's no wonder why they're scared for the expert to examine the cars. No wonder.
I want to show you. Do me a favor. Go over to exhibits. I want to show you this. Here, Robert Drum is pointing at Mustafa's vehicle, and he says the indentation.
I'll be right back.
No, I mean this is for you.
ahead.
I want
Go
you to see this. So that's the independent expert inspecting Mustafa's car. Okay, and you see that imprint right here. You see that imprint right here. Do me a favor, take it off exhibits.
Go ahead.
You see that? You see that indentation here?
Oh, what did he just say?
Oh, wait. You see that? You see that imprint right here? He's talking about this imprint.
Zoom in on that.
You see that imprint right here? That's the SUV's tire. The SUV turned into Mustafa, and she struck the vehicle there.
There's a better image.
Wait. Hang on. Listen to what Robert Drunks talk about.
Okay.
Listen.
So you want to see the perfect imprint from the Suburban?
What did Chad Mason testify to Judge Weimer when he got on the stand? Chad Mason testified that the vehicle was struck here. Right?
Interesting.
That's what Chad Mason
Yeah.
said. I have the audio recording that Chad Mason said that
Mustafa maneuvered the vehicle so that Dorothy's door could be hit. That's
but
what he
instead,
says.
the SUV struck the vehicle here. This is the imprint of the vehicle, right? Okay. What if I show you a body cam where the radiator flush is on the 4th lane?
The radiator fluid, it's in the 4th lane. And the SUV, as we just saw, was in the 3rd lane. So when Mustafa is driving, there's lane 1, lane 2, where the Honda was, that was closer and he was able to avoid. But the SUV in the 3rd lane, which was further back, struck him. How is that possible? I mean, how is that possible? How can the SUV that's further back T-bone him, by the way? Think about it.
Because the SUV, Mustafa cleared the SUV to the 4th lane, and the SUV turned into Mustafa.
But think about it like this: if he was to hit the SUV, it would be a head-on collision. For the SUV to hit the backside of his passenger side, he must have been at such an angle. He must have been at such an angle, and for the SUV to come in, he was already at almost a 90-degree angle.
Specifically, the Honda Civic. He cleared the Honda Civic only to be struck by the SUV. I mean, it
would have been a head-on collision.
It would have been a head-on collision, but
it's not a head-on collision.
I mean, I'm going to show you. I want to show you a specific body cam where the radiator flush is.
I mean, it's right there. It's right there. Pause it.
Wait. There's a better one.
All right, that's all right. So do you have the story?
There we go. This is the firefighter putting sand absorbent on the 4th lane.
Let me get to the video. Okay, go ahead. Go back.
So you're going to see one of the firefighters putting sand absorbent on the 4th lane.
Why would you put it on the 4th lane?
Look.
If Robert Drum is claiming that the accident happened because Mustafa hit the SUV.
You see, this is the radiator flush, by the way. The point of impact is the 4th lane.
Why so much fluid in the 4th lane? I wonder.
Now, here, let's see if I can get to, there's a specific body cam where...
Stories. All right, that's all right. So do you have the seat, the procedure? All right, that's all right. Stories.
Go back.
All right, that's all right.
Okay.
So do you have the sheet, the procedure sheet? I don't think I do.
No, not this one.
Stories.
There's a clip, a body cam, where Chad Mason says that Dorothy is half ejected. Now, we know from the video of Andrew Margiotta that the prosecutor hid that was just released to the lawyer We know that video shows that Dorothy was not half ejected.
Absolutely.
Okay, and it's
Sean
the bystanders that pulled Dorothy or attempted to pull her out of the car, and they ended up pulling on her, leaving her halfway out the window. I mean, this is like terrifying shit. Okay, when the paramedics arrived, they say that Dorothy was halfway out the window. Okay, but the body cam of Andrew Margiotta that we just got from the prosecutor by force, we got it, we have it. Okay, it doesn't show Dorothy half ejected. She was all the way inside the vehicle. So for Chad Mason to lie when he knows the facts.
Why was Dorothy's door completely ripped off?
I mean,
the written report, and we'll go through the body cam of Andrew Margiotta. The written report is not matching up with the body cam.
The body cam of Andrew Margiotta is so significant. I'm telling you, it's very significant. There's a lot of there's a lot of key facts in that body cam that is gonna help debunk a lot of the prosecutor's allegations. It's gonna debunk what Chad Mason is saying. It's gonna debunk what Chad Mason did on the scene with the dash camera. A lot of facts are coming out, and I mean, all I can say is, God help you. God help you, because what you did, it's beyond criminal. Because of your actions, a man has been sitting behind bars for 2.5 years, had to endure almost losing his life from a beat up because of what you did and the label that you put on him based on your actions. A man that lost his family. Okay, a man that lost his family in a car accident. Okay, and you put him through hell. A man that was not able to grieve the loss of his family because you decided, you on your own, not department policy, you didn't follow your job protocol, you went out of your way to tamper with evidence, to abuse children that just lost their mother, and you abuse them, and you think you can play around with evidence, tamper, conceal, and you think Sarah Sammy's going to have your back, Amy Ashworth, for what? To get a title of I convicted this man?
I put Mustafa back into his place. The guy that sued the police department, I got to put Mustafa back into his place.
Today,
in this county, a Mustafa does not get to sue the police and get away with it.
Today, you're looking at a reality where you have been caught. And those who are aiding and abetting this criminal behavior, they've been caught. And justice will come soon. Justice will put you where you belong, behind bars, because your actions, this is not like, oh, I just ripped the wire out. I just deleted some of the footage. No. Your actions caused harm, serious harm. Those children that lost their mother, they're not grieving properly because of your actions. You put them through abuse when they needed help the most because of your actions, and you will be held accountable.
I want to thank Muhammad. I want to thank Muhammad for being here. Thank you for being on this podcast. I want to tell this community and those that are hoping that they're going to be able to shut this platform to have me not talk about what is going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case or in other cases that's coming out of Prince William County. I want to tell them, fuck around and find out. You've already had me in handcuffs. You've arrested me. You took my company. You took the money that I had. You took me to court. And every single time that you got on this rodeo, that you got on this roller coaster, you're finding out that you're not winning. And I'm here to tell you, there is nothing that you could do to shut me up. I'm going to continue to talk. And by the way, I have the file. This file, the community is getting a hold of it. The community is tuning in. There is nothing that you could do to get me to stop talking. Fuck around and find out. By law, you're going to be held accountable. And on that note, I want to remind everybody that's tuning in, don't forget to support the podcast. You can press a button, donate directly to support this podcast so we can continue to talk about the file of Mustafa Al-Jazari and other file that's coming out of this county. You can directly support this podcast by sending money through Cash App. On our Cash App is not
boring pod.
Not boring pod. Our
I
Cash
have
App
to
is
fix it
not
for you.
Yeah,
Not boring
exactly.
pod.
You'll be sending Sheriff Glen Hill that
And
money.
I'll say the best thing you can do, even better than donating, you can share and like this podcast.
Forget what my co-host is talking about.
Share and like this podcast. Break the algorithm.
Absolutely. So
let's make Chad Mason famous.
Absolutely. And I
not
promise
for the right
you,
reasons.
I promise you, the only reason,
Let's make them famous.
the only reason they're reconstructing the vehicle accident. I mean, it's been 2.5 years. What changed now? Obviously, the channel is going viral. The community is tuning in.
People are asking
and they're
questions.
horrified. People are asking questions. They're horrified at what this county is doing in this case.
They're horrified that a Chadwick can come in and play with your dash cam that you installed for your protection.
That is sad. That is disturbing. That's terrifying.
That is
you
very
put a
terrifying.
dash camera in your vehicle, and the county takes it, cuts
Chops it up,
and mutes it, and now the Judge Weimer says, I want a protective order from the family. It's Mustafa's fucking dash camera. This is his dash camera. You took it, and now you want to.
If anybody should be angry, it should be Mustafa for taking this judge 2.5 years to grant that order. 2.5 years to grant this man to look at his own dash camera.
The most basic thing in this case is look at the SD card in the dash camera.
Next time
reconstruct the
next
vehicle.
time you put a dash camera, remember this case and what Judge Carrol Weimer and Sarah Sammy and Chief of Police Newsham are allowing to happen to your dash camera. That's your dash camera. You bought it. You went, spent that money, $500. You installed it into your car for your protection, only for a Chadwick to come in, tamper with it, and then put it back as if he never touched it. Without a warrant. That's your property.
On that note,
your property.
Thank you for being here. I want to thank Muhammad for being here. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. Judge Carrol Weimer, you're under the microscope.
In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa from the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. Let's fuck that guy good.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go, until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa, from the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky, now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side, where the fuck that guy goes, follow him to the other.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge in the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go, until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa, from the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky, now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side, where the fuck that guy goes, follow him to the other.
And again, scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop.